Hello, welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to build a mini code rabbit and we will be calling it CodeSight AI. So the first thing, the user is going to be greeted with a stunning landing page. So here it is. So you can see a stunning landing page and we have a beautiful pricing section. Okay. And then for authentication, we'll be handling it using Clerk. So we can continue with GitHub, since we'll be using access token to get this repository right here. So you can use this part here to add the URL for a GitHub repository, where you can just fetch a repository, or you can use your own repositories that have been fetched using your access token. Okay, so let's choose this one here. Okay, so here on the left you can see we have a beautiful folder section and file section, and then you can see we also have the icons. Okay, we'll be handling that also very beautifully. So here you can see we can be able to do this even in a nested folder. You can be able to see all of this. Okay, you can see everything here. You can see even in a nested folder we can be able to do all of that. Okay, can be able to close it, you can be able to close it, you can be able to close it. Yeah, you can see we'll do that beautifully. So here we can you can open a folder like that, and all you can open this user here. So you can see the user, you can see the review. So for the first thing here we handle the bugs, and then after that we also handle the issues, performance issues. Then also we have the best practices and readability, and then after that we have the security, vulnerability, and then maintainability and scalability. Okay, so here also we'll be having more than one review. So for here you have only one, whereby we can handle review. So I'll handle review, and for this we are using Inngest. So so in the background here you can see the review is happening. Okay, and then we'll be handling this live section here, so that the user can know what is happening. Okay, so here you can head to the next one, and then you can head to the previous one. Okay, so since we are using Inngest, so let me show you how we'll be doing that. So I'll be heading over to my Inngest. Okay, and then production app. Okay, you're going to see this. Let me open this. You can continue with Google or GitHub. So let's do GitHub, but since it is the same account, we are going to be redirected to our own product. So here we have the CodeSight. Okay, so and then here we have the runs. Okay, so here we have the one that we have just run. So here you can see we'll be handling each and every section, create, review, and then after that we can fetch the file, you can see, and then after that we can review the code. Here is the review. Okay, and then here we will save the results. Okay, and then here we'll have the final results. Okay, great. So another important thing that you can see here is that basically we have four reviews left. Okay, so let's review another one for the file that we don't have, maybe this one here. So we can actually review this one here, and you will see also this one here will be updated. Yeah, so now you can see also this one here we have a review. Since it is a small section here, you can see it's just a small review with the details. As you can see, it will be just a mini code rabbit. Okay, that will be building here. So for example, if we finish this part here with 0 reviews, the user can upgrade, can choose Pro. Here we'll be using Clerk Billing. So we'll see how easy it is to do that. We'll create a reusable button so that you can be able to use it anywhere. So here we can continue with Clerk development section, and then here you can see we have also updated our database, and then we can just close it. So here you can see we have pro plan now, so that means we can review as many times as we want. Okay, and then it will be billing it monthly so that we can get the money that we want. Okay, so you can manage everything here. So we have the account, we have the security, and then also we have the billing, so whereby we'll be handling it monthly. So you can see here you can add payment method and all of that, but you can see we cannot be able to or maybe we cannot be able to add another one. So we cannot be able to pay another one until another month. Okay, and then here you can be able to manage the one that we have just paid, and you can also see it is active. Okay, so I will close this. Let's try to review another one. This one here, let's choose another repository. I will choose this one here, and then I will find a file. Maybe I can find this hook here, and then you can see it is a big one. Okay, so let's handle review. Okay, so you scroll down, and then you can see it is happening even when I refresh. Okay, even when I refresh and I head back to the hook. Okay, and then scroll down, you will see that we will have this live section. The user will be knowing what is happening. And then here we have the review, and then here we have, you will be able to see the run. So when I refresh the runs here, you'll see we have the previous one. Okay, so great. So that is what we will be doing. A lot is happening in the background, importantly to handle this part here, and even also to handle user sync with our database. Since we'll be using Convex and Clerk, you will see how we'll do that very easily. And then for our stack, we'll be using Next.js with the TypeScript as the foundation. Tailwind CSS handles styling with speed and precision. And then we also be using Convex that gives us real-time backend function and data without servers. Okay, and then we'll be using Inngest to power our background jobs and parallel view processing. And then we'll be also be using Clerk to provide our authentication and billing for free and pro tiers. Okay, and then Prism handles the syntax highlighting for accurate file previews, and Gemini generated high quality structured AI reviews. Okay, this will be a very clean project, and you'll see how we'll do all of that. Okay, it is a very small project, but also you'll see a lot will be happening in the background, and we won't be using any styling package components or packages. We're just using Tailwind to do all of this. Okay, hope you like the project, hope you like the video. So if this video gets a lot of likes, maybe more than 500 or 1k, I'm going to try to build the main code rabbit, which is a challenge I would like to put on myself. So basically, make sure you like the video, make sure you share, and then we'll meet on the next one, which also will be a very big project for us. So let's meet on the next one. So now let's set up our project. So the first thing that we'll do, you can run, I would like you to install in Node.js, so that we can be able to run npx. That is, we'll be using it to run our Convex. So you can say npx, that is npx convex dev, something like that. And then after installing it, I will also be using this package manager here, that is ban. You can see how fast it is when bundling something, or basically React components or something like that. So basically, also to set it up, maybe you can use, if for me I'm using Windows, this one here is how you should do it. And then you can see big beasts are using ban, like Tailwind, Casa, CodeRabbit, Ravabo, Anthropic, that is X, Midjourney, Liprit. Okay, you can see Typeform, and all of those are using ban. Okay, so and then you can find you can search for that is Next.js with ban, and then here is how you're going to install it. Okay, so I will copy this section here, and then I would like you to drag and drop a folder inside your favorite code editor, and then Ctrl J to open our terminal. For my case, this is VS Code. So basically, I just dragged and dropped the folder here, and then I'm going to add the command here, that is ban create next-app at latest. Okay, then I will have a space, then I will have dot. Okay, so that we can install we can add the project inside my folder. So I just hit enter. Okay, so this one here is just going to take a moment. Okay, so as it does its thing, so it is done. So you can see how fast it is. And then here, let's start the last one. Okay, and then here we can choose from scratch. Okay, so here, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we'll be using TypeScript. And then for ESLint we can say no, and then for React compiler we can say yes, and then for Tailwind CSS we can also say yes. And then for the source directory, it is an extra folder, we just don't need it, so you can say no. And then for the app router, we'll be using the app router, that is the Next.js app router, so we can say yes. And then for import alias, you don't need to customize it, so you can say no. So you can see the folders were added to our project here. So great. So let's wait for dev dependency, that is for the dependency to be installed, and also for the dev dependency to be installed. Okay, or maybe you can just close this. Okay, Ctrl C, and then head over to the GitHub URL inside our description, and then here you can see all of this. So you can see we'll be using Next.js 5.4. Okay, so we are not going to be using any Next.js new fixtures in Next.js16. So basically, we don't need to worry about that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy everything here. Okay, copied, and then I'm going to head over here, and then inside the package JSON. Okay, then I'm going to replace it. Okay, so you can see everything that we have here, including Convex, including Clerk themes. We saw we had dark mode, and then Clerk with Next.js, and then also here we have Convex, we have Inngest, and all of that. So we can save it and then close it. Okay, and then here we can just say ban. Okay, that is ban, sorry, that is ban install, or then hit enter. So here it is going to just take a moment to install everything. So just give it a moment to install everything. It is not going to take a lot, because as you saw, it is very fast. Okay, so I just pause the video, then we can continue from there. So as you can see, it is done. So basically all the packages were installed. So here what we can do, we can try to run this, so whereby you can say npm run dev, or basically you can just say npm dev. Okay, so okay, this one here, okay, this one is interesting because we must run npm run dev. Okay, so you can see it is running, but basically for our case, if we are using ban, So since you're using ban, we can just say ban, that is ban dev. Okay, then you can just hit enter. So this one here will just run it very quickly. So since we changed a lot, so basically here you can see we have some issues, but don't worry about them, they are not going to affect us. And then for the first time you're going to see this part. We detected TypeScript in your project and configured your that is tsconfig.json file for you. The following mandatory changes were made to your ts.json. Okay, JSX was set to preserve Next.js, implement its own optimized JSX transformation. So okay, great. So we need to run our project there. So I'll just say open. So as you can see, it is running. So basically I just clicked this one here, but also we should use this one here. Okay, so since it is the simplest, okay, you can close this one here. So you can also close these ones. So since we have a few packages installed, so that means it's just going to take a moment to install, to run. So basically here, for the first time you're going to see this, and then here we have our development. So here you can be able to change this icon to move it to choose the theme, and also move it to the right, as you can see. You can also be able to hide it and all of that. So basically that's how it's going to be. So let's get started. Whereby you are going to start with something which I'll find out very soon. So you will find out very soon. So let's continue from there. So to get started, you need to make sure that your project is running. So to run the project, as we talked about earlier, you just need to run ban dev or just npm run dev. Okay, and then after that your project should be running on localhost 3000. Here it is. So yeah, like this. And then here you can see, to get started, edit the page.tsx file. So how can we find the page.tsx file? First thing you can do is basically head over inside your app. You have only one app folder, and then inside there you will see one page.tsx. okay, this one here. Okay, then the other thing that you can do is just Control P. Okay, then you can just search for page, that is page.tsx. okay, and then like that you will be able to find that is the you'll be able to find the page.tsx, and then you can be able to edit. So to edit here, and collapse it like this. Then here you can have a simple div whereby you can just, so we just write a simple div. Okay, then inside here you can just say home. Okay, so like that. So when you open your terminal, you will see compiling and all of that, and then also here you'll be able to see compiling and then rendering. Okay, but it is already done here. Okay, so you can also see here you have dark background. So that is because of one thing here. Thereby when you head over inside globals, that is because of this part here. Okay, so basically this one here will replace it with our own global.css, so you can just close it, since that now you know why you have the background or the right background. Okay, so the next thing that I want us to talk about is basically Next.js routing. Okay, Next.js routing is basically how you can navigate to different pages. So let's create our first route. So since now this is the home route, basically that is the only page.tsx we have here is the home route. Okay, so to create a route, For example, in our case, we'll have a review. Okay, so with that you have created a route, but we haven't made it publicly accessible, since when you try to visit it here, you will see that you will get a 404 page. Okay, so you can see a 404 page. Okay, but when you make it publicly accessible, sorry, you need to create the page.tsx inside here. Okay, so here we need to say page.tsx. okay, then we need to use rafce. Okay, like that. Then here you can say review page. So, and then you can be able to use you can be able to do that by using this extension here. We call it ES7. Okay, so you can just search for ES7, this one here. You can see you can be able to work with it with React, Redux, React Native snippets. Okay, so while we are also here, we'll see. I will also show you how we'll use Tailwind. That is Tailwind CSS. This one here. Okay, I'll show you how we'll use it. Also, you need to install it. Okay, because it will make your life much easier. Okay, so you can close it like that. Then, since now we have made it publicly accessible, you will be able to see it like this. Okay, so without manually navigating to the review, inside here can have a class name. So here we can see how we can use Tailwind. Okay, and also we can test it and see if it is working. So when you hit Control Spacebar, you will see all these classes here. That is because of the extension that we have added, that is Tailwind Intelligence. And then when I start typing like Frex, you will see that I have that autocomplete there. Okay, and then when I hover, I'll be able to see the class which is being applied. Okay, so that is the power of Tailwind CSS Intelligence. Okay, and then after that we can just say mini h screen, and then justify center, item center. Okay, and then inside here we can just have a link. So first let's import the link, href. Then here we can say review. Okay, then here we can just say class name, then we can give it bg of amber. Actually you can say bloom. You can give it this one here, then padding of 2, rounded md, like that. Sorry, then here we can say review. Okay, so here it is. So when you hover, you will see now it is a route. Okay, so also another important thing that I should mention is basically server component and client component. So basically this one here is a server component by default. You can see here we haven't marked it as use client. Okay, so you can see it is a server component by default. Okay, to make it use client, you just need to mark it as use client here. Okay, like that. Actually with that you won't be able to see any difference, anything different here. But for example here, when you try to convert this one here into a synchronous function like that, you will get an error. Okay, so here you'll see is an unsick client component. Only server component can be unsick at the moment. Okay, so that's how. And then now, so when using use client, that you can be able to add interactivity Okay, so you can be able to add interactivity, but with server component you cannot be able to add any interactivity. Interactivity I'm talking about on Creek. I'm also talking about on change, and then and much more. Okay, so you can change this back to server component like that, and then the error will disappear even when I remove I return synchronous function like that. Okay, so like that. So I hope we have got started very well. So now the next thing that I want us to do, I want us to add to change the favicon, and also I show you how to change this tab name. Okay, so to do that you can head over inside app, then layout, then we don't need these fonts, so you can just remove them like that, then just remove them here, and then here can move it like that. So for our case here, we'll just have a simple string. Okay, then here we'll have a simple min h screen. Okay, then we'll have flex, then flex call. Okay, then bg gray 900, and then text gray 200. Okay, and then font sans. Okay, and then after that we'll have a class name that we don't have right now, which is, we'll call it scroll, that is hide scroll bar. Okay, and then with that we'll have some those classes. We'll see how they will work in a bit. And then here to change the tab name, here you can just say CodeSight AI. Okay, and then here for the description you can change with whatever you want like that, and then you can save. Okay, so just give it a moment, and then now you can see. Okay, so then there isn't much changes there, but what I want us to do, let me just change the global.css. okay, like that. So you can see it is just some our custom classes here, header link and then hello link and others, and the class that we have just talked about, the hide scroll bar. Okay, then you can save. Okay, so okay, so okay, I think I know what the issue is. I think it is this one here. Yeah, so there it is. So you can see the background, we have the background, and also the tab name have changed right now. So the next thing that I want us to change is the favicon. So here we have the favicon. Okay, so you can have the favicon right here, but I usually like to have it inside our public. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete the that is the favicon and the public like that. Then I'm just going to drag and drop the public. Okay, then I'm going to copy it like that. Okay, so here we have the new favicon. Okay, then also we have some other constants. For example, we'll be having the icons, so I just copy also the icons. So here they are. So you can see they are just SVGs, so basically nothing complex there. Then when you hot reload this one here, Okay, interesting. Okay, this one here wasn't deleted, and I think it gives this one the priority. Yeah, so now you can see like that. So also, I don't think I have any other thing. So the next thing that I want to add is a lib. So here I can add lib. Then here you can add utils that is util.ts like that. Then here you can have control V. So these ones here you can remove them. I was using them for SaaS-style UI, but we aren't using SaaS-style UI for this project, so then we can save it. So you can see all of these here, we can actually not write them because I used AI to basically do this, so it is unnecessary to write all of this. Okay, so I just close it. So if we need any other thing, I think we'll actually just add them. So now just need to make sure your project is running, and then make sure that you have the perfect background, and then we'll meet on the next part of the video. So for much more detailed, for example, we'll be using other files here, maybe something like middleware, which we'll talk about later on. So you can basically head over inside your Next.js, that's Next.js.org. Inside there you can be able to find the docs. Okay, so here you'll be able to see the project structure. So basically here is what we have talked about. We have talked about in a simplest manner as possible, because for example the app, inside app we created a simple route. Okay, later on we'll see how we can actually create group routes, and then we'll talk things will get a little bit complex as we move forward. So let's stop for now and then continue from there. So now we are going to add authentication. So to do that, you should visit crack.com. Okay, and then after that you should visit dashboard, or if you have signed in, you're going to see this dashboard here. If not, sign in and then you can visit dashboard. Okay, and then here we are going to create a new application. Create application here. Okay, so here we are going to give it the name CodeSight AI. Okay, so it is the same name we gave it here. And then we are not going to use Google, and then we are not going also to use email. We are going to choose only GitHub because we want to access our GitHub repositories. So then we can click create. Okay, so just give it a moment and then your project is going to be created for you. So here you're going to see this part here whereby Next.js is selected, so that is perfect. And then because you're using Next.js, then here we need to install, that is crack. Okay, crack Next.js. So for us, I think we have done that. So you can head over to package.json. So what I did, I just click Control P and then package.json here. Okay, so here you can see we have crack, that is at crack/Next.js. So make sure you have installed it, and then you can make sure that you are using this version. So for example, if you want to install using this version, what you can do, so let me just show you really quickly, so that this same process you will repeat it for theme. So we also need theme, and then also Convex later on, Inngest, and even Markdown and others. Okay, so here what you're going to do, so you just, if you're using ban or npm, just need to type ban, then I, then you copy the name of the package like that, and then paste it like that. Then after that you just need to have at, and then you can write 6.34 3.4.0, then you can hit enter. So that will install exactly this version. Okay, so since I have already done that, I can close it. And then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the environment variables. So you can see where you should have them. So what you're going to do, you're going to create a new file. So I'll click on where we don't have any file here, or you can just click any of these file. Okay, not the folder but file. Okay, and then you can just click create, and then you just need to type .env, okay, or .local. So you can use either .env or .env.local. So then hit paste. Okay, and then you're going to close this, and then here we can continue. And then you can see what you need for the middleware. So here I will just copy middleware, and then I'm going to create another one. So it should also be on the root of your project. So for it to work, it should also be on the root of your project. That is really important. Okay, and then here we can just copy the code, and then we can paste it right here, and then we can save, and then we can close it. And then this part here we can leave it, but the most important thing that we need is the Clerk provider. Okay, so basically let us just copy the imports. The import, we just need only one import, and then we need to have it inside layout. So you can see where that is inside app, then layout.tsx. Okay, that is inside app, then layout.tsx. okay, and then inside here we just need a provider. Okay, and then you can copy the provider, and then here we just need it as a tag. So here it is. And then you can have everything inside Clerk provider, that is the HTML tag. Then you can save. Okay, after saving, nothing should change on our project. Okay, why? That is because the middleware basically is not protecting anything. Okay, so that means basically it is the same as it was. Okay, you can visit any page you want. Okay, so without any restrictions. So then you can scroll down, and then you can run the project. So we have already done that. Then we can continue on the docs. So just wait for the docs to load, and then here we need to set up sign-in page. Okay, so here it is. So this here is the sign-in page that we need. So we are going to have it inside group layout. So group layout, that means it is not a route. We just use it to organize our routes. So group routes, we have it inside parentheses, and then inside here we can just say out. So you can give it any name, and then it won't appear on your route. That we just use it to arrange our routes. For example, this is our routes. Okay, the sign-in is our route. It doesn't have any brackets. Okay, then inside here we just need to have page.tsx. okay, then you can copy. Okay, so then it is really important on any page that you have that is export default, so for it to work. Okay, so let me confirm something. So yeah, so here I can see that we have missed something. We have missed these brackets here. So that is because when you're redirecting, we are actually redirecting to sign in page. Sorry, we are actually being redirected to another route, not the stroke sign in. Okay, so we need to have a dynamic routes that accepts any URLs or any URLs. Okay, It is usually very dynamic. It usually don't repeat itself, so that's how you do it. So we need to have it inside here like that. Then you need to move the page inside there, okay, like that. So like that. So if you want, you can copy this and have it as sign up, okay. But I think for us the sign up, the sign in can work for us, okay. So if this file validator pops up, you can save it and then close it, okay. You can see it is inside .env, then stroke dev. So basically it is just for development purposes, so you don't have to worry about it. So make sure you have this, okay. And then here you can see the route. So when you head over to your project and then head over inside sign in, that is dash sign in. So just give it a moment, then we can continue here, okay. So here is the route, okay. Sorry, is the middleware. So how you can protect it, your route. So for example, for us, we are going to need to protect this review here. This review will be inside another group routes, but for now let me show you how you can protect any route, okay. So basically what you need to do, you just need to copy this criteria, that is this function here. So you can head over inside here. So you can see here we have what we expect, okay. We expected, that is so before we work on the theme, basically I would like to show you how you can protect our routes. So first, copy the matcher. So let's have it here like that. Then you can import it like that, okay. And then you can say because you can have the same is public route, okay, like this. But for example, for us, we will only be having two routes which will be private. For example, for us, we'll have the review stroke review like that. And then later on we'll have another one that is stroke dashboard, whereby we'll be showing all our repositories, okay, like that. So you can see this basically these two routes is what we'll be having, and those are the ones that we need to protect. So you can say here is private like that, and then inside here we need to have a synchronous function, that is sync, this one here. Then you can have the function like this, then you can have it inside here. So here you need to destructure auth, okay, comma, and then also you need to have requests, okay. And then inside here we need to say if that is private route, and then we pass in requests like that, okay. So then inside here we can say await, that is await out dot, and then you can say protected, protect like that. Then you can execute it like that, okay, like that. So when you save and now you head over, I think the previous one was, so you can see basically we have been redirected, okay. So for example here, when I try to head over inside review, you will see that I will be redirected to a sign up page. So you can see this one here is a dynamic route, basically the one, because we haven't defined the return URL. So head over inside our docs, then scroll down, then you need to copy this one here. That is the public Clerk sign-in URL, and then redirect URL after sign up, and then the fallback. So copy it like that, and then head over inside here, and then paste them here. Okay, then close this one here like that, and then you can head over back to the localhost, and then here you can say review. So we are going to be redirected to the sign-in page now. So you can see that, you can see now how that have helped us to make sure that we are redirected to the sign-in page when we are not signed in. Okay, so we have protected our routes. So now let's work on the theme. So we need a dark theme. So you can head over inside auth, and then you can have it inside here. So for example, you can have appearance, and then inside here you can say theme, yeah, then here you can say dark. Okay, and then you need to import dark maybe from theme like that, then maybe you can save. So yeah, you can see now we have the dark theme. So you can do this, or basically you can copy this one here and have it inside here. For example, if you have the sign in and the sign up, basically you just need to do it once. So let's have it here, and then also this one here like that, and you can save. And then when you remove these parts here like that, you see the same you still have the same thing. Okay, so since we only have the sign in, I talked about, you can also have the sign up. You can see here we don't have the sign up. Okay, that means we don't need to include it. Okay, and I want it exactly like this. Okay, so now I will show you how to basically center it for both sign in and sign up inside a group route. So that's why I did it this way, instead of just doing it just for the purposes of this project. I'm showing you how you can also do it in a different project where you have both sign in and sign up. So you just need to create a layout here, layout.tsx. okay, and then here you can use RAFCE, and then here you can say layout, then you can say out the layout. So you can see we have an error, we haven't exported anything. So but when you save, you're going to see out the layout. Okay, this one here. But what you need is basically the children. Okay, sorry, you need to destructure the children. So let's first get the type, give it the type first, whereby you can say react node like that, then you can have it like that, and then inside here you can say children. So now you should have the sign that is the dialog. So what we need is basically this div here. Basically we just need the class name or the div basically, and then you can have it like this, and then it is going to be centered, so you can see how it is. Okay, so and we just need it like this. So basically you can redesign it and have some like the icon here. So for example here you can say something like div, and then here you can say, let's use image for now, and then here you can say source, and then you can say favicon.ico, and then you can say alt, and then you can say logo, and then after that you can give it class name of size of 8. Okay, so you can see how it is there. So then here you can say flex call. Okay, so like that. Then here you can give this one here class name margin bottom of 10, like that. Then here you can have a h1 whereby you can say CodeSight AI. Then you can give it the following. Then also this one here you can give it class name, that is space x, so you can just give it gap of 4. Okay, then item center. So then here you can say font bold, so let's do bold. So to check if you have the correct thing, you can hover, and then you can say text to Excel, and you can save, so like that. Then also this one here you can say flex, then you can save. So since the icon is a little bit smaller, let's also have the text says smallest as LG, like that. And then margin bottom you can reduce it to something like 5. So I think this is a little much better, but maybe we can just give it base, so that is the small, so you can have something like that. Okay, so so if you do this, that means you will have done it for both sign in and sign up. Okay, really important to know how to do that. So now I want us to sign in, so can continue with GitHub. Okay, we are going to be redirected to a page whereby we are going to sign in, so just give it a moment. Okay, it will just take a moment to actually redirect. I don't know why it is taking too much time, but we can continue with the doc as it does that, but we are also done. Okay, so basically I think because I had signed in with Clerk earlier on, basically it has noticed that. So what we can do, we can head over inside to our dashboard. So here you saw that we have this part here. Okay, so they have disappeared, but basically you can see we already signed in. So there was an important part there whereby so after signing, basically you can see we had been redirected to the home page. So sorry, to the review page. So here we can actually show the user button, that is the one that I was talking about, coming from Clerk. Okay, so when you save, instead of the review page, you will be seeing the user button. So you can see also it is dark mode. That means you don't have to repeat the same class that we did here, and then do it here. Okay, we just did it once and it was enough. So here it is. So now we have successfully added integrated Clerk into our own project, and also we have protected our routes. So basically it was a great chapter. So let me do the next one. So let's continue. So we are going to integrate Convex. So what you can do, you can just visit convex.dev. So that is, you can just type convex.dev like that, and then hit enter, or just search for Convex. Okay, the first option here. Okay, and then just sign in or sign up. Okay, then the next thing that you are going to do, so you can basically visit their documentation. Okay, I think Convex documentation. Okay, then here we can see how to get started using Next.js. I think it is the best way we can do this. So here you can see all these stacks that you can continue with, but for us we just need Next.js. So here we just need to create the project, which have done, then install Convex, and then we just need to run npx convex dev. So just copy it and then paste it. Okay, then hit enter. So just give it a moment, then later on you can continue with the others. So start with an account, run Convex Rockery. Sorry, that is start without an account, run Convex Rockery, but for us we just need to log in or create an account. Okay, and then hit enter also, and then I think it is going to say open the browser. You can say yes, so type Y, and then here the browser was opened for me, and then I can confirm. Okay, so just close it, and then here it is, I think, waiting for confirmation, which you have already done, and then here saved credentials, and then here create a new project. So we can create a new project. So if we had created a project, so you can create a project here, and then we could have just selected it. Okay, that is choose an existing project. Okay, but for us, let's choose the project name AI site. Okay, and then creating new project. So the project was just created right here. Okay, and then environment, our environment was changed, so here we have some new environment variables. Okay, and a patch update is available for Convex, so you can do that, but it's not a big update. And then here you can see now we have the project right here. So now the important thing, another thing that you can see here, Convex function ready. So that means the changes that we'll make here, they will be updated as we make them. Okay, when we save, the changes will be updated inside our project here. Okay, so you can visit it. Okay, yeah, and as well we can close this one. So whenever we update maybe the schemas or anything else, it will also be updated right here. Okay, that is important because this is important because this part here need to be running for that to happen. Okay, so whenever you want to make changes to your DB, make sure that this part here is running by running Convex, that is npx convex dev. So for now we can close it. Then so since we are getting started with Convex, we need to run a few things. For example, there is this setup here that we need to do. Okay, Convex provider and all that. So here you can see maybe by just adding all of this, maybe, but first let us or maybe you can just continue with this part here. So let's do this, copy this, the name of the file, then have it in the root of your project like that, then like that, and then paste it here. And then you can use this function, this command here to actually push everything to the DB. Then I will paste it, then hit enter. To just take a moment to do this. Okay, so already done. So then when you come here, you will see we have that. Okay, it is really so why I'm using Convex, because it is really fast when it comes to updating, and you don't need to refresh the page. Okay, and then now we can set up. Okay, later on is when we are going to do this. So but we can do this also. so that we can get done with. So inside here we can have tasks. So this is a task function that it should only be had inside here. Okay, like this. It should only be had inside Convex. Okay, if you use it outside, I think you will get an error or something. Okay, then you can close it. Then now we can work on setting up everything inside our project. So remember, inside our project, so we don't have the folder, so we can create a new folder calling it components, like that. Then inside here you can have provider, that is a folder, not file, provider. So inside here you can have all the providers, and for example here we need this file here, that is Convex grant provider. Can have it inside here, then copy this, then paste it here. Okay, so environment variable, make sure you have it right here, that is next public convex URL, this one here. Okay, then save, then close it, then come here. We just need to wrap the children. Okay, just need to wrap the children using Convex provider. Okay, but later on we'll have to make some changes because basically sorry, so I think it will be okay, but let's do this instead. Instead of just wrapping the children, we can wrap the whole HTML. And also later on the changes that I was talking about, it is that we need to have Convex grant provider inside our Clerk provider, not outside. Okay, then we can import it. So there it is, then you can save. Okay, so no changes you should see here. Okay, so like that. Then when you continue here, you can see how you should be able to query this. So you can see you can query this inside using grant. Okay, but so let's first do this. So I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to call it Convex. So because we are testing, I'm going to say page.tsx, and because it is a grant, I will save. And then this one here, maybe we can have it that way, and then we can remove this part here. Okay, then we can head over inside here, then we can have Convex, then hit enter. So here are the groceries. So when you head over inside here, you should be able to see all of this. So groceries. So that is what we have done here. So this is how we'll be fetching any items inside a grant component. I think there is a way to do it inside a server component. So another important thing we are going to learn is how to use Ask AI. Okay, so you can say how to query inside a server. So let's say Next.js server component, and then hit enter. So it is going to check the docs, and then it's going to see how we can do this. So I think there is a way to do this. Earlier on I saw a way to do this. So so here it is. Yeah, so here it is. So I can copy these parts here, and then you can head over inside review, and then inside here you can have them here. Okay, yeah, sorry, so it doesn't disappear. And then here you can have them here, tasks, and then you can have them here. Okay, so then here you can have get, then here you have a synchronous function. So here you can see we didn't have any synchronous function. That is really important because sync usually works only in server components when using Next.js. Okay, and then here we can just copy this part here, then we can save them. Okay, so then we can come back here, then move backwards. So there it is. So you can see also this one also works. Okay, so this is how you can also fetch inside a server component. Okay, but now there is that is mutate. Okay, mutate, I think we can do it later on because we only do mutate once in our project, and also we'll also do update, so we'll see that one later on. So that is a little bit to get started with Convex, and I think we have learned a lot on that part. Okay, and then we'll dive much deeper inside our other chapters. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So what we are going to do now, we are going to sync between that is Clerk and also that is our Convex database. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete everything here, even the table. Okay, then I'm also going to delete this part here. Okay, so it is also important that you also delete this one here. Okay, then inside everywhere we have this one here, where we have Convex. Everywhere we have Convex, we're going to do this. And then here, so here after this config finishes initializing, you're going to get an error here because basically we have removed task. Okay, so let's remove it. So there are the errors, so like that. And then you can also remove these two, then you can save. So now we are going to sync that by actually you can head over. So earlier on we were at this point here, that is quick start, whereby we were at this point here where we finished learning about Convex, and then now we need to head over inside authentication, then inside Clerk. Okay, so here then you need to choose Next.js. So here you can see all of this. So what we need to do, we need to set up JWT, this part here. So what you need to do, just need to head over I think so let's head over inside Clerk. Let's see if I can see where it is. So here you can click this part, drop down here, and then head over to the settings. So okay, so let's check here, maybe they will tell us that it's so let's just click that link. So okay, here JWT, so you can click JWT. Where is it? Okay, oh, here it is. So okay, so here I think you can create new template. So here blank, here you see blank, choose crack. So you can see all these options here and choose convex. Okay, and then we need to copy the issuer, I think. Okay, so here you can see copy and save the issuer URL somewhere secure. This URL is the issuer domain for Clerk's JWT template, which is your Clerk's app front-end API URL. In development, its format will be, so the URL. In production, its format will be so something like that. So basically we just need to copy the issuer, but first let us copy so here that is the environment variable. Somewhere secure is inside here. Sorry, it is basically this part, like that. Then equals to, then just need to head over here and then copy the issuer and then save. Okay, and then after that you just need to don't need to do anything else. As you can see here, just need to copy the issuer and all of that and then hit save here. So it is an odd, they are odd images, but basically they are just the same. Okay, yeah, so you can see if it doesn't work, you can delete it and then repeat once more. So the next thing that we need to do is copy this name here and have it inside auth, that is inside convex, then have the file, then copy the contexts, all the content like that, and then save. So you can see the application ID and the JWT, that is Clerk JWT issuer domain, and then close it. So it is really important that you didn't change the name of the name here, okay, because it is the one that we are using here. Okay, and then hit can close everything like that. Then we can continue here, and then after that we can do this part here. Also we can just also pass out, that is assign component, then domain here, so that is the provider. Then here auth, I think auth you can import it. Okay, you can have auth, here it is, that you can import auth from somewhere. Yeah, so then this part here also need to change it to, that is to convex provider with Clerk. So here it is, like that. Okay, or basically just copy the whole thing like that. Okay, you won't be having any issues. So you can have it like that, and still I believe everything should be working. So we are going to test it in a bit. Okay, so might have been varied built-in or something, but got undefined. You likely forgot to export your component. So let's reload once more. Okay, yeah, so it is happening basically inside our root project, Convex grant provider. Okay, sorry, so this one here, I think it is the one that we have the issue with. When I changed this part here also we had some issues, so can auto import it once more. So earlier on it was inside a curly bracket, but now it is not. That is because now we are using export default function. Okay, so close it, and close it. So now you can see everything is working. Failed to authenticate, no auth provider found matching the given token, no provider configure, check out your server config. Okay, so maybe we just need to actually sign out maybe, or sign in once more. But first let's continue and see. So this part we have already checked, so you need to make sure that that is Clerk provider is inside that is Clerk provider is outside Convex provider. Okay, so like this, Clerk provider is outside. Okay, then here you can try this. Okay, and then for the user here, check if the user is signed in. We'll be doing something like this when we are saving the user. Okay, sorry, or when we are actually want to get the user ID, we'll be doing something like this. So that's why we want to connect Clerk with Convex. So for now, let's try to sign out. Then I'll also head here to the users. Then I'm going to delete this user. And then I'm going to sign in. I'm going to sign in. I'm going to sign in, so let's see. So just give it a moment. Then maybe you can head over inside review. So we don't have the error anymore. So okay. So I think I know the issue. So when you head over inside, we need to add the we need to add the Convex domain inside our project. So when you scroll up, so here I think they don't mention it, but inside your Convex you need to head over inside settings. Okay, and then there is environment variables. Okay, you need to add Clerk JWT issuer domain. So just copy the domain, then save. Don't know if now it's going to work. Yeah, maybe now it's going to work. Let's test this one. You can scroll down and head over. You can have this one maybe inside the home page, which is unauthenticated. So maybe you can have it here. So then also copy the imports. I don't know if this authenticated and unauthenticated, they should be inside a current component. I really don't know that. So we are going to see. Okay, yeah, so it should be inside a current component. So let's change that. Okay, and then also we should remove this part here. So now you can see now it is working basically. Yeah, so you can see if authenticated, you can show that if this part here authenticated, you can show you can show sign that is sign in button. Okay, so let's try to sign out. So yeah, whereby you can be redirected to the sign in button. Yeah, so it is working. So great. So we won't be using these parts, so you can do this if you want, but for us we'll be using the crack parts. Okay, so but it's really important that I have shown you how you can also do that with Convex. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to work to see how we can also have the user data inside our project. Okay, inside our data here, so which is really important because we need to show the user data, or we need to know the user data because we'll be using checkout provider, which is not really a must that to do this, but remember we will also be storing files. Maybe I think it is not that important, but we can do without, but because it is really simple to do, I will like to show you how to do it. It won't take more than 5 minutes. Okay, so what you want to do, so we are done with this part. So what you want to do, you can come inside here and ask AI. So what I did, I asked it, okay, here it is. I ask it crack webhook. Okay, so yeah, so I ask it about crack webhook, and then I got this part here. So that is these parts here. This is upset from crack. So these are the function that we'll use. These are specific function that should be coming from user, and then that is delete and all of that. So it gave me all of this. So and then the mutation function, I got the link. Then setup webhook, I also got the link. So let's start with this part here. So when you click, a new tab will be opened for you. So and then here so okay, these are the mutations. So for the webhook, they are then there. So you can copy for the webhook. You can see where you should be copying it inside. So I just copy the name. So you can repeat the same thing. Ask about crack that is crack webhook. Okay, then you can copy the contexts. Okay, like that. Then you need to make sure that you have suffix. So head inside package JSON. Then here you need to make sure you have it right there. Okay, then you can save. So here you should be getting some errors when TypeScript finish running because you don't have delete, upset, that is delete and upset from crack. So I do that. So the link that was opened for us, or you can just also use this one here. Okay, it is the same link, and then you can copy this part here, this code here. Okay, yeah, this one here, that is user.ts. So you can see here. Okay, you can see the errors, the two errors. So you can have the user here, then you can move this part here like that, and then you can copy all the code there, then paste it here. So here you won't be getting any error, but it seems we are. So for this part here, I really don't know why, but for now let's save. Okay, interesting. So there it is. So then you can say upset from crack and then also delete. Okay, so the error disappears like that. Then inside here we have this index by so this error here because of one thing, we don't have the schema. So open your, make sure your project is running. So you can see that we already got the error there. So so now we are going to write the webhook. It is a simple one. Sorry, not the webhook, but this one here is the webhook. Okay, then here we are going to write the schema, whereby you can say schema.ts like that. Then we need two imports, so here they are. Then we can say export default and then define schema like that. Then we can close it like this. So then I just copy the user schema. Okay, you'll see how simple it is basically. So here is the user schema. Okay, so like that. So the user schema, you can say user, say colon, then define table. Then here you have the names. That is the name of the. So let me save so the error can disappear here. So here then you can have the names that you want to have inside your project. For example, you want to have the name, the username, email, image URL, plan, the reviews remaining, crack ID, last review date, and then here we also need to we actually used by crack ID. So here we need to change that. Okay, then here we can say by crack ID, then here we need to say crack ID, then you can save like that. So now you also now have another error here, attribute. So you can see the attribute, but for our case we need something else. So okay, so just give me a moment. So for my attribute earlier on, for my case, I did something like maybe okay, remove this part here. So we are not going, it is not going to work, so can have it this way. So we need the name, the email, the image URL, the plan, and all of that. So this one here, it is a string, so you can have something like this. Okay, then here can have control space bar image URL like that. So this is the way it's going to be. So then so I want to return the attribute like this. Okay, what is it saying? So okay, so you can see free or pro, okay, like that. Then you can save. So now we won't be having any errors. So it is important that you have the same thing here and the same types, because the schema is expecting all of this. So we don't have optional, we don't have anything else. So we need to make sure that we are having the same thing to that the same thing that we are expecting here, we are basically passing it here. Okay, then the error have disappeared. Okay, then the next thing that we need to set up the webhook, okay, inside our Clerk. So just save it, then come back here. Okay, so inside Ask AI. So here the domain and all of that. Okay, so basically here just need to copy this part here. Okay, and then we need to head over, I think, search here, and then we need to look for the webhook here, webhooks. And then we need to create a new endpoint. So give me a moment to basically set up Grok, and then we can continue. So sorry about that. Basically I don't need Grok because we are connecting it, we are connecting our Clerk to our that is to our Convex project. So you can read here how to the integration goes. And then you can see here the that is the endpoint URL to, that is this part here. You can see the example of the URL right here. Then you can see note the domain ends in .site, not .crowd. Okay, you can find your project their deployment name inside your environment.local. Okay, then later on we'll get the webhook, that is the webhook secret. So you can head over inside our environment variables here. Then you can see we don't have it here. Okay, so that is really important to have. So head over inside project settings, and then you can look for authentication. Okay, and then here, okay, integration, deployment and keys, then drop down. So here it is. So you need to head over inside your URL and deployment key. So then you need to copy this one here, and then head back here, then paste it here, then forward stroke, and then come back here, and then copy this part here. Or basically you can just copy even the forward stroke like this. Oh, okay, you already have it, and then like that. So make sure you get the URL. Okay, and then come back here and have the URL like that. Okay, and then what we need is the user information. So just tick it, that is create, delete and update. What we have inside our webhook here. So event, you can see the event we are doing, that is create, update and delete. Okay, that is what we want. Okay, then you can just say create. So now we have the webhook secret, which is this one here. You can have it inside our inside here. So when you head over inside HTTP, I don't know, so okay, so let me check this one here. I don't think we have it here, so yeah, we need to have it. Okay, you need to have it inside the project also. So okay, like that, then save. Then this, we need to repeat the same process. We need to have this one inside our own project. So inside settings, we need to have the deployment, the environment variables. Then you can say add, then you can paste it there, then you can say save, like that. And then since now we have everything, you can close this one, and then you can head over inside here. Now you can see we have the user. So what I want us to do, I want us to come here inside the users, and then I want us to delete this user. Okay, and then I'm going to refresh the page, and then I'm going to sign in to continue with GitHub. Okay, so I don't know if we can see if there were any changes here. So yeah, you can see delete from Clerk. So can't delete user, there's none for Clerk user ID. So you can see it is working after we deleted, and then now you give it a moment because it is still signing in, and then rendering. There is no change there. Yeah, so let's head over inside here. So now here you can see we have the user. Okay, even though we didn't have any changes here, we have the user here. You can see we have been able to connect our Convex to our Clerk. So so when you go back when you go back here, you'll be able to see the webhook is working. Okay, you see the delete that we did and the clear that we have just done. That means it is working. So great. So the next part, we are going to continue by building the landing page. So let me turn that part of the video. So before we continue, so here you can see we have this error right here. So you can control click on it, then maybe you can copy it or open, then you can visit the URL. So here you'll see that we are using Next.js version 16. So you can check that inside your package JSON, and then here you can see we are using version 16. So so that means that version 16 have updated the middleware from that is from middleware to proxy. So you can see here the error that we are getting, or basically an warning. The middleware file conversion is deprecated. Please use proxy instead. Okay, so to do that, you can actually do this, run this, but if you run this, actually I think it won't work, because for our case, when you head over inside middleware, you will see that we don't have this function right here. Sorry, we don't have this function right here. So you can see we don't have it. Okay, but what you can do, so what you can do is basically just rename the middleware to proxy. Okay, that will work. Okay, and then you can confirm that using Clerk. Okay, can confirm this using Clerk, then head over inside docs. Okay, so then choose Next.js. So choose Next.js, then you can search for middleware. Okay, configure middleware maybe. Okay, so not that one, but basically the one that we are using, Next.js. Okay, so let's search for middleware once more. or maybe you can just search for proxy. So let's just copy the name here. Copy the name proxy. So this one here, or this one here. So head over here. So here you can see. So the most important thing, I think it is down here. Okay. So they had a note somewhere whereby they mentioned that basically by changing the file name, basically that means that will work. Okay, so I just read it somewhere. So basically that will work. So here it is. So basically if you are using version 15 or less, basically you should use middleware. Okay, but instead that is instead of proxy.ts, the code itself remain the same, only in the file name changes. Only the file name changes. That is in concern with what they have on their middleware, because when you're using middleware with Clerk, basically it's going to be like this, and then your functions are going to be inside here. Okay, so now we can just rename our file to proxy, like that. So here, so you can see here is the function where the function is going to happen. But if you are using something like auth.js, then that is the functions are going to happen inside here, inside a middleware function. Okay, but for our case, it's going to be like that. So you can restart and you see that it is going to be like that. Okay, so now let's organize how we are going to have our work to be. So our routing. So our routing is going to be like this. So we are going to have a root, that is a root folder or a root group, and then inside there we are going to have home. Okay, then inside here also we are going to have another group which is protected, like that. And then inside here you can move this one inside here, like that. Okay, and then so you can save this one here. And then now here you can just leave one thing, something like layout.tsx. then here you can say cons, then you can say root layout. Then here you can just basically return. Then here you can just return a simple div, whereby you can just return the children, just like that. Then here you can just close it, and then just export default root layout. Okay, then like that. So it's going to be like that. Then here we are getting a 404. So then, so that is because we moved. Okay, and then so you have the group there. So here you won't have the group, and also here you won't have the that is the layout itself. Yeah, we won't be having it. Okay, then this one here, that is the review. The review is going to be inside protected. Okay, it is going to be really protected based on what we wrote inside our proxy. Okay, so you see that review is protected. Okay, then we can save also this one here, overwrite, then close it. Okay, So now we have 200. That means now we have the root. Yeah, perfect. It's going to be like that. Now we are going to work inside the root home. Okay, so here we are going to get started by having a simple div without any class name, then without all of these imports, and then it's not going to be a current component. And then here we're going to have the header. So then you can copy. Okay, basically, okay, so okay, so I think I had created this header. So just create a folder inside components, then home, and then just create a simple function here that is using RAFCE. Then you can have this function, or you can just type it out. So sorry about that, I had created it and I forgot when doing something else. So basically like that. Then you can save. When you save, all of this is going to change. Then you're going to have just a simple header. Okay, like a small header on top here. So like that. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to head over inside our header here. Then I'm going to import everything we need. That is the link, sign in, sign out, user button coming from Next.js. Okay, yeah, and then you can change this one to header. Then inside here I'm going to have a div. Okay, and then first we can actually style the header itself, whereby you're going to have absolute top of 0, and then left of 0, and then height of 0, and then z of 30, and then py of 4. And then also this class, this div here, going to have container, like that. Then mx auto, then px of 4, then flex justify between, and then item center. Okay, then inside here we are going to have link. Then we need to pass href, hereby is going to be forward stroke, that is the home. And then inside here we are going to say img, and then here we are going to say forward stroke favicon ico, then alt we can say logo, then class name we can say size of 10, and then for class name here we can say flex item center, that is item center, and then here we can say space 3. Okay, and then here we also need h1, whereby you can have class name, whereby it's going to be text of 2 Excel, and then font of bold, sorry, that is bold. And then you're going to do text white. Then here we can just give it the name CodeSight. Then after the link we're going to have nav. Okay, then here we can say class name, then here we can say it will be hidden, then md it is going to be flex, then item center, and then space 8. Okay, and then here we're going to have two links, so let me just copy them, just two simple links. Okay, and then after that we are going to have signed in tag. Okay, so already imported, and then here we're going to have user button. So here appearance. Okay, then inside there we need an object whereby is going to have autocomplete, whereby we are going to get appearance. So okay, interesting. Sorry, yeah, not appearance is already out there. So inside here we need to get the base, which is actually depreciated, therefore we need to get the theme. Okay, then we need to say dark like that, then we need a comma, and then after that we need to say, you can increase this by actually doing something else. So let's see if this one here is going to work, whereby we use element, but basically sometimes it doesn't work when using Tailwind CSS, but for now we can just leave it like that. And then the last one will be signed out, so just a simple link directing the user to sign in page, which is sign in. Okay, then you can save also. So here they are. So you want to be able to see a sign out because signed out. Okay, you will want to be able to see it because the user is already signed in. Okay, so yeah, so I also forgot to show you this part here, whereby also we have dark mode on this part here. So perfect. So just a simple header. On the next one we can focus on something else. We will be working on the hero section. So let's close everything. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the hero section. So you can have it inside home, then hero.tsx, then you can use RFCE, then now just need to import it inside let's say home here. Okay, so we just need to import it here. Okay, so something is wrong with autocomplete, but okay, so it should be at sign. Okay, it should be like that. Hero section, then you can save, then you can close it. Then here, so here we're going to get started by actually naming this section. You can leave it as div, but section is okay. And then inside here we are going to have a div, so let's make it a self-closing div. And then you can give it the following class name. So you can see here we have initialization still running, but okay. So here we'll show shadow, that is hero shadow. And then here we can also show class name. Then here we'll show relative, and then mini h screen. Then after that it will be flex, item center, and then bg grid,
So okay, I think I don't have this color, so for now just leave it like that. And then maybe you can save, maybe you can see something right now. So okay, so let's have a div, and then here we can have the following class name, then you can say container, and then we can have mx auto, then we can also have px04, and then z10. And then after that we can have another div whereby you can show class name, whereby it will be grid md grid, it is md grid. Then after that we are going, okay, that is md grid calls to, it is column of 2, and then going to show gap of 12, and then item center. Then inside here I'm going to have another div giving it the following class name. Okay, then here I'm going to say text center, and after that you're going to say md left, do text left. Okay, then inside here we're going to show a p tag and a h1. Okay, so compiling, let's see if now we're going to see some shadow. Okay, not yet. So let's see. Okay, I really thought this color, actually I don't have that color. So okay, so we can leave it like that. So when you visit code view, so I just want to make sure that we are actually doing the same thing. So yeah, it is okay. So here just is whereby we will have the shadow. For this one here I'll just try to fix it later on. So then after that I'm going to actually import a few global imports. Here they are. And then after that, that is after this p tag here, I'm going to show that is Clerk loading. Okay, that is tag that we have imported from Clerk. And then inside here we are going to show a spinner. A spinner is coming from our icons. Okay, and then so if we Clerk have loaded, okay, if Clerk have loaded, we're going to show just a simple tag, HTML tag. Okay, so here we are checking if the user is authenticated, then we are actually doing that. So to do that we can use Clerk, and we can remove this part here, we don't need it. Then after that here we can say const user, and you can say await, then we can say out. Okay, then we can execute it. So here is out coming from, that is Clerk stroke Next.js stroke server. Okay, and then after this div is whereby you're going to have the code, basically this code right here. Okay, so yeah, so when you refresh, so yeah, you can see the loader here. Instead you can also do that there. So can do this inside p hole, that is header. Then here you can then import this from Clerk. Okay, so make sure you have this one here. Okay, then also import the loader. So yeah, so that is for better user experience, so that they can know something is happening. So when you refresh, now you can see loader here and here. Okay, so yeah, so and that also will help you to make sure that your pages load really fast when you check using Lighthouse. Okay, then now we can worry about that is the code section. So it is going to happen inside home, then here is going to be .tsx, then here we're going to say rafce. Okay, then I think we can import it here, then we can actually import it like that. Okay, then you can save. So first thing first, I'm going to import everything that I need, and also some the code that we are going to use. So you can visit the URL right here, then maybe you can just copy the code or head over inside my my GitHub page, and then that is the GitHub link in the description. Then you can just copy all of this inside the halo animation. Okay, and then after that we need first let's do something else. So let's give this one here the following class name, and then here we can say hero animation. Okay, then inside here you can say this one here will be for the window. Remember this will be for the window header, so basically this part here. Okay, and then basically it will be a simple tag, so there it is. And then after that, now it's something a little bit serious. Now the code. Okay, so it will be inside a div. It will be inside a div. Then this div will be giving it the following class name, relatives, and then inside here you are using that is HTML syntax. Okay, like that, but let's make it closing tag like that. Then inside here you'll be rendering the following. So let me just copy what you'll be rendering, basically the code. Okay, basically this code here. Okay, and then when you save, I think right now we're going to, so okay, so okay, so it is saying when you not find cannot resolve this one here, Prism. Okay, interesting. I'm sure I have it, so okay, interesting. So not there. So what you can do, can come here. So I don't know why I'm not getting the error, so just copy the import like that. So I just have the type. Okay, so that's why I'm not getting the error, because I only have the type. So here we can just type ban, that is ban add or I, then hit enter. Okay, then just give it a moment to install. So let it finish first, and also now after that, so that is after this part here, I'm going to have this. So we don't have this yet. Let's create them first. Okay, it will be another function here. You can say const, then you can give the name of the function there, then you can say it will be an arrow function like that. Then inside here it will be expecting the following. Okay, like that. Then now inside here, the first thing we'll be doing, okay, so first, okay, like that. Then here we can actually get all of them. You can say top, right, left, and then delay, just like that. Then now inside here you can say const position style equals to, then we can say, if we have right, then we can say right, as we can say left. Okay, then after that we can just return a div. Okay, so it is done. So then you can see what we have. Okay, so okay, here instead of waiting for autocomplete, let's do div, then we can, okay, then here I'm missing a comma like that. So then here I really don't know, yeah, so yeah, like that. Then now inside here I'm going to copy the class name and the style. So okay, so that is the class name, absolute padding of 2, pg of 700, that is gray border, and then border sky 500, and then rounded md, text of xx, that is extra small, and then text of gray 300, and then shadow lg, animate fade in, and then that is opacity of 0. Okay, so basically now that is what we are left with, that is the children, to render the children. So now wait for it. So yeah, so maybe first we just fix this, we just fix the, that is the styling. Maybe we'll be able to see it better. So okay, so yeah, so now you can see the background. Okay, so yeah, so I think now it is a little bit better, the shadow. Okay, then there is this part here that we have written, so that is the AI comment. So this part here, okay, when you comment everything there, so you won't see any changes, I believe. So yeah, you won't see any changes. That is because we don't have any comments. So basically, if you want, you can remove all of this. I'm going to remove it. If you want, you can keep it, but basically I just use Gemin to generate that part for the AI comment generate. Okay, so but the way it is right now, it is much better. Okay, so refresh, you should see a loader and a loader here. So now that means it is working. Okay, so yeah, perfect. And then now when you minimize this, you should see something like this. Okay, interesting. So when you head over inside home, then the hero section, this part here, when it breaks on MD, so let's make it break on work only on large devices. Okay, so now you can see even on smaller devices a little bit you can see, but on large devices is when we get the left screen. Okay, so okay, so I believe we are done. So let me do on the next one. So basically on the next part we'll basically work on this part here, and then the lastly we'll have this part right here. Okay, so amazing. So now we are going to work on the features. So basically what we can do, can create a new file here calling it features. Then we can do rafce, then we can remove this one here and then save, then import this one here inside home. Then we can auto import it like that, then save. Then you can close this one and this one. So when it finishes saving, you only be able to see your features when you scroll down there. Okay, because this one here will, this hero section here will take the whole H screen. And then now we can get started by giving it ID, which will be features. So when we click, so like this, so now, so when it finishes saving, then we click features. We are going to scroll down to features down here. Okay, like that. And then the class name will be py of 20, and then bg gray, let's do 900. And then inside here we are going to start by having a div and giving it the following class name, whereby it will be container. Okay, then mx auto, then last 3 px of 4. Then here we'll be having h2 saying why we should use CodeSight AI. And then after that we're going to need a div. Okay, so div with a grid of with grid, and grid calls 1, and then md grid calls 3 and gap of 10. So this will be a feature card that we can create just right here. whereby you can say const then inside here we can just return a simple div. Okay, we'll work on it, but first let's get the types. You need to pass the icon, description, and the title. Okay, so icon will be type of React node because we are using these icons here which are React nodes. So since it is just a simple one, I'm just going to copy it. So here you can see it's just a simple one. So here you can see we just have a that is a div, and then we have the classes for the div, and then we have another div, the one that will host the icon. Okay, and then lastly we have the title and the description. So the next thing we are going to do, I'm going to copy all the fixtures, and then we are going to have them here. So you can see all the fixtures. So then I'm going to copy the imports. Like that. So you can see fixtures, we are just passing the description, title, and the icon. Yeah, and then you can just save. So just give it a moment. Now it is rendering. Now when you scroll, it will be like this. So when you scroll, yeah, so now you can see how it looks like. So great. So let me do the next one, whereby we'll be working now on the prices. Okay, so let us set up pricing. So to do that, we need to head over inside our dashboard, that is Clerk, and then we can find this drop down. Then you can click these settings here, and then here you need on your sidebar here you need to find billing, and then subscriptions, plans. Then here you need to create a new plan. Okay, so the free plan is not enough. Then here you can give it a name. So you can say pro, like that. So that is enough. And then here you can give it pricing. You can give it $30. So any price can do. And then you can just click save. So since it is saved, we can leave it like that. Then you can come back here. So for pricing, it's going to happen inside home. So we're going to have pricing.tsx. Then we need to do RAFCE. Okay, and then here need to remove this React is not needed. Then I'm going to get all the imports. So I could have just copied them and then replaced it with the React section, but it is okay. So here we have all of that, and then here we need to change this one here to section. And then here we can just remove this. So here we'll have a div. Okay, then inside there we'll have the first thing we'll have is the this h2 and then the p tag. Okay, then this one here is going to have an ID first, whereby we can just say pricing. Then after that we can say class name, then we can say py of 20, do 20, like that. Then you can say bg gray 900. Okay, then this one here we can give it the following class name, that being container, that is container. And then you can say mx auto, and then after that you can do px of 4. Okay, when you save, head back here. So as it refreshes, so we can continue. So yeah, so sorry, we actually haven't imported it, sorry about that. You need to head over inside app, route, then home, then page. Then here we are going to import pricing. Yeah, like that. Then you can save. And then now when you scroll down after it finishes compiling and then it renders everything, then here you can see it. Okay, so then here now we are going to have another div just after the p tag. Then you can say class name, then you can give it grid, and then you can say grid calls 1, then lg, then you can say grid calls 3, then you can say gap of 8, then last 3 we can do mx, or second last 3 can do that is max with 5xl, then last 3 can do mx auto, like that. So then inside here you're going to have a few plans. So this one here is going to take just a second to load. So then here we have this pricing. So basically I would like to copy both all of them, but I'm going to do one by one because basically you can see it is just a lot of text. What we are focusing on is this button right here to check out. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to copy the first plan. So you can do the same. Inside the description you will find all of this. So if you find something like this, you can head over to quick fix, then you can say replace with grow, something like that. Then you can save, then come back here, then you can see this one here. So you can see it is something like this. Okay, so I'm going to copy the last one, then we are going to worry about the one in the middle. So this one here you can collapse it, so this one here. Okay, then you can have the last one here, then also this one here you can fix it that way. Then here we'll have the second one. Okay, then you can save. So yeah, so now what I want us to do, so let me just copy the list and all of that, like that. So the next thing that is missing, yeah, it is the div, like that. It is the div that was missing there, like that. So can save. Then in this one here you can fix it using grow, like that. So now you can see we are just missing the button right here. Yeah, perfect. So since we have the button, so since I have the button, so this one here you can show it, you can show the button when Clerk the user is signed in, or basically let's do this instead. So let's come here and say signed in tag. Okay, we already have it. Then we need to get another hook. We need to get a hook here whereby you can say const, then you can extract something, but for now we can say use out, like that. Then here when you hit Control spacebar you will see you have a lot of options, but we need has. Okay, then here we can say const, then we can say has pro plan. Okay, then we can do has. If you have has, then we can say has, then parenthesis, then you need to pass an object being the plan, this one here. Then the plan is of type string, so when you hover on it, you will see it is of type you can see autocomplete, users, and all of that. But what you need to pass is just you need to come here and we need to copy something here. So this one here, we need to copy it. You can change it to pro user, or you can just leave it to pro as pro, like that. And then you can come here and leave it like that, and then else now you can say false. Okay, so here now, since we have that, we can say has plan, flow plan, then you can say question mark. That is if that is the case, then we will be rendering just a button, just saying it is his current plan, or he has her current plan. So sorry about this. So here then we need to say if the user doesn't have the pro plan, we need to render a button. Okay, you can find this inside this button inside the Clerk documentation. You can find it inside Clerk documentation. So it is really easy. Basically, let's come here. Then instead of scrolling everything here to find the button, you can just ask AI. Okay, then here you can say checkout button. Okay, so you can even have space here, then you can hit enter. So it is going to search the documentation for you, and then it is going to find for you the button, the checkout button. So you can see it right there. So yeah, so you can see all of that. Then you can see the source. You can head over inside the that is the documentation itself. So you can see the checkout button. So you can see all of this. So scroll down, so you can see how you can use the button. Okay, so you can see it is needed to be inside signed in. Okay, to make sure that you have the user and all of that. Then you can say so all of that basically. Yeah, so let's do this. So inside here we'll be saying checkout, sorry, that is checkout button. Then you can close it like that. So in here we need to pass a few things like plan ID. So plan ID, you can find it inside here. So this is the plan ID, then you can paste it there. Okay, then after that you need to sign the plan period. Then you can say annually or monthly, so it will be monthly. And then you can have the appearance. So let me just copy for the appearance. Okay. And then lastly we'll have on subscription complete, we'll be having asynchronous, whereby we'll be updating we'll be updating our database. Okay, but for now you can just leave it like that. Then inside there we'll be having this button. Okay, then you can save. So Then if the user is signed out, we'll be showing just a link directing the user to the sign up page. You can also have it right there. So since we are signed in, so when you click this, so here we are getting an error. So here you can see checkout component cannot be rendered when billing is disabled. So here we need to visit this URL right here. So here it is. So that is inside setting. Then here we need to configure enable email address so that we can be able to sign in. Basically we can be able to check out. So here we choose this one here, then we can save. And then here when you refresh, I believe now it is going to work. So okay, so yeah, see, we are also getting the error still. So here let's see. Okay, yeah, so we need also to do this. So yeah, so now it is okay. So let's refresh once more. Then here we can click the button. So yeah, so now we have it. So here we have it. So when you see this, I'm sure it is going to check out, but for now I would like us to leave it that way, so that on the next part we can work on this one here, and then we can try to check out. So let me on the next part. So let's update the database. So basically what we need to do, you can head over inside our dashboard, our sidebar here, then inside Convex, then here we'll find the schema first. So basically here you need to make sure that you have this, that is a retro. So basically that is free and pro, so we need to change it to pro when we have the success. Yeah, and then you can just delete this. Okay, and then you need to make sure that your project is running. So you need to make sure your project is running under do npx convex dev. Okay, then you need to come inside the user here. Down here is whereby we are going to have, that is update plan. Let's say user plan, then you can say export user plan. So and do this. So basically let's close it like this, like this. Then inside here we need to have an argument whereby we'll be passing the plan like this. Okay, and then after the plan we need to have the handler. So here you can say handler, here it is. Then going to be asynchronous function, this. So here you can see plan is destructured, so you can do something like arguments like this. Okay, and then here you will also have the types like this. Okay, so but the simplest way is to do this. Okay, like that. Then here you just need to make sure that we have the user. So we get the user, so we get the current user all through, so you can find it here. So instead of drawing here, so the user all through, so this one here, the function was written by Convex, so we can actually edit it a little bit. So basically we can just write ours. So let me just do this. So let's do this. So if if we don't have the user, or if the user is null, so you can see, okay, so okay, interesting. So here, instead of doing that, we can say get current user, like that. So then here you can see we have the user, the object, all null. So you can say if the user is equals to null, then we can draw a convex error, okay, just like that. So that is the message and then the code, okay. Then we can say else, okay. Then else, now we can just patch it. So basically that's simple. So that is await, that is context.db, okay, dot patch. Then we pass in the user ID, that is underscore ID. Then we pass in the plan. So the plan, so remember, so we save it. So here you can see it is saving, okay. Then when you come here, you can see we named it plan. So you can just pass plan, okay, because it is also the same name we have inside our schema. So now inside here we can have a function whereby you can say const upgrade mutation, okay, can have it like this. So here you can autocomplete. So you already have API, then you can say dot current dot. So sorry about that. So inside here, I think, yeah, so this is internal mutation. That means we cannot use it outside Convex. So inside here we can only use it inside here. So that you can be able to use it even outside, you need to change this to mutation. Okay, let me confirm something. So yeah, so this mutation here, we are importing it from generator to, sorry, we are importing it from that is dot forward dot underscore, that is dot forward underscore generator and underscore server. That is where we are getting mutation, okay. Then you can save, okay. Then now when you come here and hit autocomplete, you will see this that is update user plan, okay. Then now we can use this, okay, whereby we can come here. So let me confirm if we can be able to disable the button. Okay, I don't think we can. So but let's confirm. Maybe it was added. So here you can see we only have that. So basically you can put this button outside and then you can disable it. So when you put it outside like that, sorry, you will see that we have a little bit different styles, I think. So let's see the next one. Cannot contain a nested button. This is this log for another ancestor stack trace. So basically you can see you have that error. So sorry. So so basically you can leave it like that. Then you can come here. Now we can have the function. So inside here you can say await, okay. then you can say upgrade, that is upgrade mutation, then toast to, that is toast the success, that is successfully upgraded to pro plan. Then inside here we need to pass that is plan. When you hit control space bar, you'll see this part here. Then hit pass a string, that is pro. Okay, just like that. Okay, yeah. So I really believe I really don't know. Yeah, I really thought we can be able to maybe disable the button or something. But okay. So now what you can do, you can close most of this. Then here we can visit Convex. Convex.dev. Or maybe let's say dashboard convex.dev. Okay, so that we can visit the project that we are actually using. So we need to authenticate, so let's use GitHub. So let me switch. Then come back here. Then we can sign in once more. Then continue. So yeah, so I just want to see when something changes. So okay, almost there. Then inside the data, then here we have the user. Okay, so you can see the plan is free. Then when you come here, upgrade, then here you can just use MasterCard, sorry, that is Visa 442, then BSC, and then postal. You can pass any number, then you can pay. Okay, or you can just pay. So you can just pay with test card, because here we don't have, I don't have that one. So let's do test with so for development. So you can see already done. When you come here, you should see this one here, pro, have turned to pro, just like that. And then now here you have the success message. Yeah, and then here now you can see current plan. Okay, so great. So now the last thing we can do, so let me close everything. So we are done with this for now. So the last thing I want us to do is basically the footer. So we need to have the footer inside a folder. We can name it global, like that. Then inside here we can say footer.tsx. Then you can paste, I can paste the footer here. So you can just see it is a simple footer with a link directing to my GitHub page. Yeah, so just a simple one. Then you can copy it. So let's see where I'll be having it. Okay, so okay, so we'll be having it here, but also we'll be having it here. So footer, okay, so there it is. So also we'll be having it here. So let meet on the next part, but whereby we'll be having another header, and then basically let me show you so that we can basically, let me log in. continue with GitHub, continue with this one here. So done. Then we can get started, heading over to the dashboard. So here you're going to have this header here, whereby you can see I have reviews left, but for our case here we actually upgraded. That means we are on a pro plan, so we are going to see how that one is going to look like. And then here we have the search, then here we have the repositories. So we're going to get started with the header and then move downwards. So let's meet on that part of the videos. So let's continue. So right now we are going to work on this dashboard right here, but before that we need to set up our layout. So inside our root, then protected, here we have this layout here. Okay, so we need to work on this layout, but first we should add another protection in case another user tries to visit the pages that will be inside here. So the middleware here, or the proxy, should not be our last line of defense here. So we should also make sure that we have another protection right here. Okay, and then we'll do others whenever we are actually creating or doing something else. So for now here we can start by getting the user. You can say const user, then you can say await. For now we don't have an asynchronous function yet, but we can say auth. So you don't have TypeScript yet, so sorry, so it should be auth, like that. So when TypeScript rolls, we are going to basically import the following. We're going to import two items, that is navigation and auth. Okay, so here they are. So and then we are going to use this auth here to say we're going to use this user here to say if the user dot and is authenticated. So is authenticated, when you hover on it you will see that it is a boolean. So that means here we are negating it, because whenever it returns true, that we are negating it to be false. Okay, so then we say here we redirect to sign in page. Okay, then we make sure that the function is asynchronous, like that. So you can test it. You can test this by signing heading over to the dashboard. So here you can see we aren't signed in, so you can try to head over to something like review. You'll see that you will be redirected to that is sign in. Okay, can actually sign in. Let me choose this one here. So the next thing we are going to work on is to make sure that we reset the tokens in whenever the user actually passes the day. That is, in each day we need to make sure the user has 5 tokens to use, or you can choose whichever you want. So here you can see we are logged in. So to do that, it will also happen inside here. We'll also run this function whenever we have the user. We can say user dot authenticated. So whenever the user is authenticated, so you can also use else there, but here we can actually just have the function to be await. Then we can say reset user user reviews. So you can say token if you want, like that. Okay, then this one here will happen inside a folder that we'll call services. Okay, inside here we can create the function .ts. Okay, so inside here I just want to copy everything with the import and all of that, then I will just close it here. So here we are importing API, we are also importing ID. Okay,
also importing, that is fetch mutation and fetch query. Okay, and then inside here, the first thing we'll be doing is making sure that we fetch the user. So let me close this one here, then import it. Actually the name here, then save it, then try to import it once more. There it is. Then you can save. So it is expecting user ID which is of type string. So okay, we should pass an object like that. Then here we can say user, then like that. Okay, like that. And then now inside here we need to fetch the user. So to do that, you can head over inside Convex. Inside the Convex here, then you can find user. So inside here we have this mutation for the plan, then you have this get user by ID. So I just copy this one here. It's really close to to what we want, and you can say export cons get user, sorry, so let the user by ID. Then here we can close it. Then here we are expecting to pass an argument, not of type not of type ID, type v.string, but of type ID. Okay, of which it should, sorry, of which should be like that. Okay, yeah. And then after that we are going to have the handler. So so the handler is going to be asynchronous like that. Then you can close it. Then inside here is whereby you are going to have this one here, that is await. You can do actually this, the whole of it, just return it like that. And then here we'll be using user ID. Then here we need to import this ID. Okay, interesting. So let's see where I got my ID. Okay, sorry, it should be small I here like that, and it should be v.id. okay, just like that. So for this to work, you need to make sure your convex function is running. Then you can do npx convex dev like that. Okay, and then here you can get copy that name. Then inside here you can say if we don't have the user ID, okay, we can throw an error like that. And then after that, what you're going to do now, we are going to get the user. So whereby you can say const user equals to, then you can say await, that is fetch mutation. You can pass it like that, so it can be api.user.get. So you should have autocomplete. If you don't have autocomplete, you should make sure your TypeScript is running. So that is we use fetch mutation. So when you hover on it, you will see the details. Okay, so here it is, executes the convex query function. So query, that means we are fetching. Okay, and then we pass the API, that is .users.get user by ID. Then we pass in the user ID, and for it to, if you remove this part here, you see that you will get an error because it is expecting a type of v.id. Okay, so you can see our convex is working. So here you can do that. And then now after that, we need to get the day. So for that part, I can actually copy it because it's really simple. And then I want to do this part whenever we have the user. Okay,
So you can see here we are getting the day, and the day will be in this format, that is year, month and date. Okay, and then here we have const last review date. Okay, last review date we are getting it from our ID, from our user. Then if we have it, then we can actually pass a new date, that is okay, interesting. So last review date here, review date here, you can see if we have it, basically we want to format it to this format here. Okay, so if we have it, okay, if we don't have it, we just pass null. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is also in this same format. Okay, why are we doing that? Because we need to be able to compare the date. Okay, and then here we can say last date, that is this date that we have formatted here, is equal to today, and then you can see today is in this format, so that means they are in the same format. Then after that we can just do mutation, that is await. So that is fetch mutation. Okay, and then we can autocomplete. So here we need this part here, so that is fetch mutation. We do the same thing as we did with this part here. Okay, so but also we need to come here and then here we need to have that function. Okay, so what you can do, actually you can just autocomplete everything here. So here we need to pass an argument of type ID, that is the user ID, then the handler. So here to do any changes, as you have seen somewhere here, maybe you can find update user, that here we have delete here. So here you can see here we did patch. So patch, that means we are patch an existing document. Okay, that is what it does. So here we patch, and then importantly you need to pass an ID, what you are using to patch. Okay, so for our case here we need to pass a specific ID, that is of type id.string, and what we have done here, we have passed user ID. We don't want to pass user ID, so here we want to pass ID itself, so we need to do user dot underscore ID. Okay, then this one here you can just say ID. Okay, then inside here you can just say ID, and then here you can also say ID. Okay, and then here also you can say ID. Okay, so then here for the reviews, basically you just make sure they are 5, and then you pass the new date. Okay, so for the new date you need to make sure it is the same format that we have used here. So what you can do, you can just copy the format and then paste it here, and then here for the last view date you can say today, like that. Okay, then you can save. So you should have this simple error here, which now when you save it is going to work. Okay, and then you should not be having any errors here also. With that, we have been able to review or to reset the user, that is the user review count. Okay, and then here you can see it is perfectly fine. So okay, let's refresh. Okay, so server validation value does not match validator per the user ID. Okay, so somewhere we have made a mistake. Here we are passing the user ID. and then here, okay, so here we actually should be passing just an ID, okay, just like that. And then when you come inside here, that is get user by ID, so you should be doing user.id like that. Yeah, should be doing user ID like that. And then it should be type string. Okay, it should be like that. Should be like that. So we should be passing just a v.string, just any type of string. That is the Clerk user ID. Okay. So great. So let's see. So make sure you don't have any errors here. So yeah, now you can see we don't have any errors. So, and when you visit your Convex and then the user, you will see that you have this format. Now earlier on, when we created, so let me just copy this one here. So when we created the user here, the last date, okay, so yeah, so I just confused it with something else. Basically, you need to make sure that the date, sorry, when you create the user also make sure the date is this one here, okay. But also that won't matter, because basically if this one here is false, if this one here returns false, this is going to happen, okay. So that part doesn't really matter, but it is okay to have it like that. Yeah, so the next thing that I need us to do, so let me just clap this so that you can drop much simpler. Like that. So close it, then and also close this one here. So the next thing that I want us to do, I want to have the layout for this one here. So here we'll have the following class name. We'll have flex call, then we'll have mini h, then we'll have custom one, whereby we'll just calculate it, which will be 100 VH, like that. And then we'll have some spacing, sorry, that is space y10, okay. Then inside here we'll have the header, okay. Then after that we'll have the footer, so you can just import the footer from globals like that, then you can save. So yeah, should be having something like this now. So for the next part we'll work on this header here, and then we can continue from there. So let's work on the header. So you can have the header inside component, then you can say something like navigation, like that. Then inside here you can have the header .tsx, sorry, that is .tsx, and that. Then you can say array_fce, so if it takes a lot of time, you can do const header like that. Then you can just return just a simple div
saying header. Then you can make sure to export, or basically you can just also do export like that. And then here you can come here and say import your header here basically. So make sure it is coming from navigation like that. Okay. So nothing should change really, but here you can change this one here to header. Then you can say class name. Then you can say so let me just copy the classes that we'll be having here. Basically some simple classes that we have also had them. So basically a BG and giving it an opacity of 80. Then here we have this backdrop bral SM, so this will give it some bral. And then border bottom, so you can hover on the bral, then you can see what it will do. Basically you can see it is a lot of code, that way basically we are using Tailwind. Okay, then here you have the color of the border, that is border gray 700. Then padding, flex, item center, justify between, shadow LG, sticky, and then top of 0. Then after that we'll be having link. Then we need to import this link from Next. Then href forward stroke, that is home. And then inside here we'll be having an mg, basically heading over to the favicon.ico like that. Then here you can just say logo. Then here you can have class name of size of 10. And then after that we'll be having the h1 for the title, giving it the following classes, that is text. Then you can give it maybe Excel, and then font of bold, then text white. Then inside here you can say code, that is CodeSight AI. Okay, then you can just save. So that now should give it a little bit of a change. And then here we need some classes like flex, and then item center, sorry, that is item center. Then after that we need to give it some space of x of 3. And then hover opacity of 80, and then transition, that is transition opacity, this one here. Yeah, so that should be a little much better now. Okay, and then after the link we'll be having signed in. So I'm sure you'll be signed in, but it is, let's have it inside signed in. So here we'll be having everything inside a div. Then you can give it the following class name, that is flex, gap of 2. Then we'll be having item center. And then here we'll be having the plan, that is the plan, and basically the plan. Then here we'll be having the user button. So let me just copy the user button because we already know what it is, like that. Then this is how basically you can also change the appearance of the button, basically the avatar size. So when I save, we'll see that it will be having a much bigger avatar in this one here. So if you want,
you can change this one here. Okay, when you head over inside header, that is for the home. Okay, so for the appearance here, you can just change it, this one here. So okay, like that. So you can see it is a much bigger. So let's continue inside the review. So here we are going to have this dashboard in a bit. So let's close this. So you already have that. So next thing we are going to do, we are going to work on the plan. Okay, so the plan, you can actually create plan. Let's do it inside here. You can say plan.tsx, then you can say IFCE, like that. And then here you can say use grant, like that. And then here, so you can see it is a server component, then you can just import it here. Just like that. Okay, so inside here, the first thing we're going to do is fetch the user, because we need to get the current there are the remaining user reviews. Yeah, so you can just say user, then you can say we'll be using use query. So first let's have an equal there, then here can say use query coming from Convex React. Then inside here we need to pass the API dot. So first import the API, then you can say dot user dot, that is the dot current. Okay, just like that. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that that basically we have the plan coming from Convex. That is Clerk, coming from Clerk. We have already done this inside the pricing. Then so head over inside the pricing. Okay, we need to, let me just copy this one here. Basically this one here, and then you can just paste them here. Okay, and then now can say if basically the user has pro plan, then basically that is when you will be showing, or basically will be returning this. It will happen inside a div. Okay, and then here this div will be having the following classes. So basically let me just copy the classes. They are a bit wrong. Yeah, like that. So you can see they are a bit long, just some designing. And then inside here you can say pro plan, then it will be actually be having an icon of star icon. Okay, so since we are pro plan, so you can see how it is looking like. Yeah, it is not great actually. So if you want, you can give it some width of something like 40 and see how it is going to. Okay, interesting. Actually it should be really simple. Okay, so px and give it width of 60. Okay, interesting. It's taking a lot of width. Okay. So let's do some class here first. Let's do size of 4. So just like that. Then here we can do p, that is px of 3, and then py of 1. I think that is much better. I think that is much better. Or we can do 1.5. Yeah. So we have pro plan. So you can see. So that means it is working, that part. Then if the user is not a pro plan, we need to basically do this. So here you can say class name, and then here it will be flex spacing of x of 2. Then basically here will be showing a button if the user is not a pro plan. So you can say if not has pro plan like this, then you can say, and then here we can just do a self-closing tag first. Then inside here we are going to, I'm going just to show you the remaining reviews. So basically here for the remaining reviews, that is this one here. Then you can come here and say cons remaining reviews, then you can say user, else we can do 5. Okay. Then I'm going just to copy the divs hosting that. Then here you can just rename it here like that. So for you to see any changes, make sure that you negate this one here like that. So then you can see how it looks like. So you can see here I have given it a lot of width. So you can do a lot of width. So let's do 20, 40, 32, let's do 28. I think that one is making much sense. So let's have the button now. That is the checkout button. That is because we are going to make sure that the user can actually upgrade whenever they are in the review page or in the dashboard page. Okay. So to do that, we'll head over inside Grobos, and then here we'll create a component called checkout. Let me confirm the name. Can call it by basically calling it Clerk Billing button.tsx. Okay, then you can use RAFCE like that. And then here you can just save it, then come here and import it. And then here you can say add components. And then you can save it. and then here you can just leave it like that, just for now. So like this. So the next thing we are going to do, we're going to head over inside here. What do we want to do? So basically just want to close this in the plan and then head over here. So basically we need all of these. So first let me just copy the imports, basically this, or let's do this first so that we know where the error is coming from. We need this button right here. We need this button right here. That is the signed in up to that point. So you can cut it like that, then come here and then have everything here like that. So first import the signed in because you already know we have it, then the checkout. Okay, so then also the toasts or the toasts. So what you have been left with is these two. So here I want us to import this one here. And then make sure you remove all of this. Like that. Then also this part here. Yeah, we need to change it like that. Then just need to remove all of these here and then have them here. And then import them. Then also import the dark mode like that. And then also we need the API. Then you can save. Then also you can actually also import this one here. Basically remove all of those imports like that. And then you have this a little bit of a problem. So that is why when it comes to header, then okay, that is pricing. Then here basically that's why I had given it that much width like that. So it is okay now. So basically there is another way to do that, but basically that one is the simplest. So when you click this one here, basically because I am already a pro, basically I think it is not working. So let's negate this one here, then remove this one here. So whenever the user is not a pro member, we'll be showing the billing button, and whenever they are a pro member, we'll be showing basically what we are showing right now. So great. So the header is done. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So basically what you're going to do now, you're going to create the dashboard route, which is going to happen inside protected routes. Then here we're going to say dashboard. Okay, then inside here you can just copy this file here and then just paste it here. Okay, then here we can just rename this dashboard. Basically there is no need to rename it, but I like to do this. Okay, so yeah, like that. So now when you visit dashboard, you should be able to see the dashboard route. You should not get a 404. Okay, yeah, so just take a moment to finish. Then here you're going to see the same thing. Okay, yeah.
So to get started, make sure your function is an your component is an asynchronous component. Then after that, we need to get the repos, the user repos. So we can say repo data, that is data, then equals to await, then we'll say fetch user repo data. So you can just say repos. Okay, this is also going to happen inside services here. Actually here we can just say GitHub. Okay, then we can say .ts. So everything involving GitHub is going to happen here. Mostly it is going to be server actions. So here you can just convert this here to a server component, or basically a server action. And then here the first thing I need to do, I need to import the type. So let's do that first, like that. So we need to get the imports. So you can see we don't have them. So inside my GitHub repo, you will be able to see all these types. Okay, so there they are. So like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the base API. Basically just an API in front of the normal URL. So when you head over inside your GitHub, like this one here, okay, and you can visit any repositories. So I show you how we'll do this. So here you can see we have the username, okay, then here we have the repo name. So that is how we are going to fetch our repos. So mostly that will help us whenever we are fetching individual repos, but for now basically let's say we need to get the user repos. Okay, but to do that we need to create a reusable function that we can use for the API. Okay, so you can say const, then you can say API fetch, okay, like that. Then you can say it will be asynchronous, like that. So also it is important to mention a server action must be asynchronous function. Okay, whenever you name any component, you mark it as a server, you mark it using server, use server. Okay, that is really important with Next.js 16, I think. Then here is going to be something like that. Then so it is going to accept two things: endpoint. Basically we need endpoint, and also we need options. Okay, so here the first thing we need to do, we need to get the token. Basically, to be able to fetch user repositories, basically the current user. For example, you have seen that I have this. Okay, you have seen that I have this multi-vendor here. Basically you will be able to see it here also. Okay, and some others. Okay, so when I head back here, you'll be able to see all of these repos here are the ones that are here. Okay, that is auction, the one, this one here. So you can see basically we are getting my own repos here. Okay, to do that we need to be able to be authorized to do that. We need to get the user token, that is the current user token. So to do that we need to have another function basically, which is going to be here, or it can be just above here, but because it is about Clerk, let's do it outside. But you can say get, or you can just say token. It's going to return token. Okay, so Also, let's start by importing everything and marking it also as a server component. Then you can say export, then you can say sync like that. Then you can say function, so you can create whichever function you like basically, and then here you can give it a name. Let's say token, like that, so it is not going to accept anything. Yeah, so the first thing we need to do, we need to make sure that the user is authenticated. So since we have seen how we can do that, I'm going to copy that part. Yeah, so it is the same thing that we did earlier. Then after that, we need to make sure that we know the provider. For our case, we are only using one provider, so let's do provider is equals to GitHub. Okay, so let's make sure this is the correct spelling. That is provider, like that. And then after that, we need to get the client. Okay, so we can say client is equals to that is await client, that is crack client, like that. Then we execute it. Okay, and then after that, we can say const, that is crack response, okay, which you can be await. Then you can say that is client dot user, okay, dot get user co-auth token. Then inside here we need to pass two things, that is the user ID, comma, then we need also to pass the provider. I think when we do like this, we're going to get all the providers. Okay, but for our case we need to do just provider. Okay, so after that you can just say const access token, like that, equals to crack, sorry, that is crack response, like that, dot data. Okay, then we need to get the first one. Okay, so when you hover like this, you'll see all the token. Okay, so in case we don't have that, we are going to basically return a message, which you can just do. Going to return a message of access token not found and a status of 04, and then here token is going to be token. We are going to basically return token, so I would like to return token. Okay, that is why here going to say const, or basically you can just come here and say dot token. Okay, like that. Then here we can just return token. Actually access token, let's do access token. So when you hover like this, you're going to see it is going to return all of this. Okay, I'll do else. I think that one is much better. Okay, so when you hover like that, you can see it is actually returning something else, but you can come here and say const and say, okay, let's say access token is equals to await, then you can say token, then you can execute it. Okay, then when you hover, you will see what it will return. You can say dot, so you can see it is not returning what we want, so which is going to just wanted it to return token. So here you can return. So what can we do? Okay, instead of doing that, let it return null. Okay, so you can see now it is returning token, string or null. That is, let's do that. So here you can see string or null. Let's do that. So then we can come here and say, if we don't have the token, we should actually break the function. So we can say, if we don't have the access token, you can throw the error basically to tell the user what is happening. Okay, that is the same thing that we did here. Okay, you can draw a new error like that. Let's do the same thing here. New error. So basically, new error inside parentheses. Okay, inside parentheses for this case, and it should be a string. So let's be consistent with that. Okay, and then after that we need to have the headers so that we can pass the token. So we can say const, then we can say headers is equals to, then you can say new, then you can say headers, that is headers, then we pass the option dot headers, then we say stroke, or that is all an empty object. Okay, then here we say headers dot set, then we pass authorization, and then bearer, here instead of bearer is going to be token, like that. Okay, and then here we pass a dynamic string of access token. Okay, then after that we just pass accept all of that and do that. Okay, then after that here we can have the response function. That is the response. Okay, which will be await, then it can be fetch. Okay, yeah, which can be like that. Okay, that is GitHub API base, and then endpoint. Okay, comma, then we pass the headers, and that is the options, and then the headers. Okay, and then if we don't have if the response is not okay, then we draw a new error like that, and then you can do an else if you want here, whereby you can just return the response. Okay, like that. So the next thing we are going to do is to fetch the user repos, this one here. Now basically, whereby we are just passing the endpoint. Okay, basically this one here. Okay, then you can just save, do it like this, then here, then here you can just console log repos, and then head back to your function, your terminal. You should see all of this. Okay, so there are a lot of them based on what you have on the account, and then you can see all repos and everything else, and the file, I don't know, fork URL and all of that. Okay, all of that. Actually, I don't know most of them, but we have the types to help us navigate all of this. Okay, so great. So great. So on the next thing we are going to do, after this, we are going to work inside a component, calling it dashboard. So here we'll have a component. So here you can create a new folder, calling it dashboard. Then here you can say maybe index.tsx, then you can say RAFCE,
then you can say dashboard. Then you can save, then you can import it here, dashboard here, coming from dashboard folder. Okay, yeah, so you can close that like that. Then here you can see this one here is returning GitHub repo. Copy it, then come here and pass actually GitHub repos, or basically yeah, we'll do it like that, GitHub repo small g here like that. Then you can say equals to an object repos data. Then you can save, come inside here, and it is accepting something. Then we can just copy the name here like that, then import the type. So coming from types. Okay, so we have that now. So so on the next one, we are going now to build all of this so that we can be able to see our repositories, and also we are going to have search and all of that. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So now we're going to work on the dashboard. So now since we have that, we have the components. So let's start by having some classes. So classes for the div here. Number, you can have some class name like container, and then also we'll have that is mx auto, and then px2, and then we have md px of 0, and then inside there we are going to have h1. Let me just copy the h1. Yeah, then you can save. And then after that, after the h1, we are going to have a div. Then this div, we can give it the following class name, that is mx, that is max, not mx, of width 5xl. Sorry, this 5xl. And then mx now, mx of auto, and then margin bottom of 10. Then inside there we're going to have h1 like that, and then inside here, that is after h2, this h2 we're going to have the GitHub input. Basically we're going to have this one here, okay, so that we can be able to paste a different URL. So here we are going to have a component called GitHub, this GitHub input. You can say GitHub URL input. Then we can head over inside our dashboard here, and you can create the component. You can say .tsx, and you can say export cons, then you can give it the name, then we can say like that, then you can close it, then you can say return, then here we can say a div here, then we can also paste the name, and then now we can come here and auto import it, okay, just like that. And then now inside there let import everything. So we can remove this part here like that, because by default we are going to not by default, but basically we are going to mark this one here as use client, because you're going to use some hooks there, and then that means this is also a use grant component. Okay, and then also we have some initialization. Here they are. So so later on maybe I can change this one to the current project URL. And then we have some designs. So let first have a function that will say handle, that is handle submit, like that. And then everything will happen inside a form. Then we'll have on submit, and then you can say handle submit. Then you can have the following class name, that is flex, item center, and then gap of 3. Then inside here we can remove all of that. Then we can have a div. Then you can give the div the following class name, that is relative. You can say relative, like that. Then you can say with full. Then inside here we're going to have another div whereby you're going to say class name, that is class name, that whereby you're going to be absolute. And then we are going to have insert of that is insert of y0, then left of 0, and then pl3, and then flex, and then item center, and then pointer, that is pointer event of none. Then inside here I'm going to have a GitHub icon, this one here. Then you can give it the following classes, that is size of 5, then text of gray 400. And then now after this div you're going to have an input. So let me copy the input. Okay, then you can just save to see. Yeah, so you can see how it looks like. And then you can see some classes that I have passed by default. We have focus. The focus is when I click like this, you can see it turns to blue. You can see the color right there, that is the focus, and then the border. Okay, yeah. So now we have also the button that will happen just after this div. Okay, then you need to make sure it is a type of submit. Okay, then we are going to say fetch, that is fetch repository. Then you can see how it looks like. It is going to reload the page. Yeah, so then now we can worry about the functionality. The first thing that we usually do here is basically e.prevent default reload. Then we can say if we have the URL, if we don't have the URL, we can return. And then we need to extract owner and repo name from the URL. This is really important, the owner and the repo name. Okay, so to do that we need to have a match, that is const match. Then you can do it like that. Okay, and then after that, if we have the match, we can now handle the following. Okay, so first we need to have the owner and the repo, so we extract them like that. Okay, then after that we need to do const format, that is formatted repo, that is formatted repo like that, equals to, then you can say repo dot replace. Okay, then inside there you need to do dot get, then an empty string like that. Okay, so you can see here we have git. Okay, that is the git that we are trying to format. Okay, so basically we remove dot git if present. Okay, then after that
we need to push to a different URL. So we are going to push to that is review page. Okay, so here you can say review. Okay, and it is going to be stroke that is stroke review forward stroke. Okay, and then here we can remove all of this like that. Then here you can have a question mark. Okay, then you can say owner equals to then owner. Okay, then here you can say and. Okay, and then you can say repo. Okay, equals to then formatted repo. Okay, like that. So you can try to do this. So and then later on we are going to make sure that we see if we can be able to get the both the repo and the owner. Okay, so inside here now, so let me close this one here. I'm not going to use them anymore. So now that is after this div here, we're going to have an all. So let me just copy the all. You can see just some design. Then here you can say okay, cancel. This quick fix. Then you can do this. This is because of the updates of Tailwind update, the one that I am using and the one that is currently here. And then you can save, and then you will see the all there. And then after this div here, we're going to have a div. Then inside here we're going to have h2. There it is. You can see the classes, simple classes basically. And then after that we're going to have a div. Then you're going to have the following class name, that is flex, and then justify center. Okay, then inside here we're going to have an input inside basically an input inside this div here. Okay, then we don't have search, and also we don't have set search, so let's have them now. So since it is just a small use state there, we just paste it, and then we can import use state. Okay, like that. So then here we have the input. Okay, we'll use it to search the repositories. And then now that is after this div here is whereby we are going to map everything. So first let's do we're going to change these ones here to filtered ones. So basically maybe we can okay, so interesting. So first let's map these repositories here, this one here. First let's do that. Then we can say dot length. Okay, if is equals to 0, so if is equals to 0, then we are going to actually let's start with greater than 0. Let's basically do that. Basically if it is equals to 0, like that. Okay, let me confirm something. Yeah, so basically this one here. So like that. And then now that is after this is whereby we are going to
to have a simple div holding the grid. Okay, so like that. Then inside here it's whereby you're going to map dot map, that is dot map. Okay, then here you can say repo, then here we can do it like this. So we are going to have repo card. So let's create it .tsx. Then here you can do export cons, then you can actually have it like that. Then you can actually import it. Okay, there it is. Then you can close it right here. Then you can save. So you can see all the repos that we'll have. Then you are missing the key, of course. Then you can say repo dot id. So perfect. So now I'd like us to handle search. To handle search, we'll use memo. So basically it is the best way to do it, because we'll get the instant response. So we can say filtered repos, then you can say equal to, then you can say use memo. Okay, then it's going to be, then here you can have a comma. Okay, then here you can make sure you pass in the repo. Okay, and then the search tab, basically everything that we'll be using inside here. So first you need to make sure that if you don't have the repos, if no such item, we can just return the repo like that. Okay, and then you can just return the repo.filter. Okay, basically maybe we can do what is being proposed, but let's first see. So we can say repo.name.lowercase.include search.lowercase. Okay, and then, or basically we repeat the same thing for the description. If we have the description, basically that also is a good thing to filter also based on the description. So perfect. So I scroll down here and I will replace that one .length. Okay, yeah, and then also this one here, not that one but this one here will be .length. Okay, yeah, so I have saved. So maybe we can test something like multi vendor. So you can see auction like that. So you can see it is working. Okay, you can see it is working. Yeah, so great. So if you want, you can even try for the description, but basically I think it works also. Let's see this one here, what the description was. Let's do Firebase, not there but here. Yeah, a lot. So great. So now let us worry about the card itself now. So you can close everything, then head over inside the card. So basically the card is going to receive the repo, then we need to import the repo. Let's first open this parenthesis here, then we can import the repo from types. Then we need to come inside index. So here we should have an error that it is expecting repo like that. And then now inside here everything will be inside a link coming from that is Next.js. Of course it will be dynamic. Then it will be forward stroke review, that is question mark, that is owner, which will be equal to $, like that, which will be repo dot full name. Okay, that is dot size. Then we size the first, basically we pass the first argument, and then we say repo dot full name dot index of, then we pass only one argument, that is forward stroke. Okay, and then that is after everything, that is before the tag, all the dynamic tag right there, we say end repo equals to, that is the name of the repo. Then we can say $, of course. Then we can say repo dot, that is dot name. Okay, if you want also you can pass if it is private. Okay, and then you can say private like that. Then I'm going just copy the classes, basically since it is just some designs, a lot of them. So you can see BG, that is BG of gray 800, padding of 4, LG, that is rounded LG, border, then the color of the border, then the hover, we give a different color to the border, then cursor pointer, transition off, flex call, justify between, then H full. Then now inside here we have a div, then inside here we have another div giving in the following classes, that is flex, justify between, and then we say item start, and then gap of 2. Then inside here we have h3, and then also we have if it is forked. So I just need to import this one here, and then this one here I think it will be something like shrink 0. And then you can save, and then you will be able to see some differences like right now. Okay, so great. Now after that, then below this div we'll have the description. Okay, you can see the description, that is with the text of SM that is smaller than the h3 right there, and then margin top of 2, h10, overflow hidden. Okay, now after this p tag, then the div will be having the rest of the items. So I just paste them here. So here we have this div with flex, justify between, item center, margin top of 4, text XS, that is extra small, and then text gray 500. Then we have another div, okay, that is flex, item center, space x of 4. Then we have the language,
and if it is public or private, then here also we have the time when it was updated. Okay, and then here can import it from our lib. So if you want, you can basically see what it does, basically generated with AI for the time zone, sorry, for the time. Then I have just saved it, and then you can see how it looks like. Okay, so I don't know, when you open your terminal like that, I don't know if we have maybe we have created that. So you can also use this one here if you want. Okay, so you can head over inside here, and then updated at, then you can also add string, and then you can come here, and then maybe you can duplicate this one here, and you can say created at. So then you can see how it looks like. Okay, so basically your choice, but this one here you can say created. Okay, so now you can see, but basically I think they should be like this. Yeah, so yeah, so now I'll navigate to this part here. Let's make sure we can also be able to get the search params inside our review. So inside our review, you should make sure we are able to get all of that. So I'm just going to copy the params like that. So param, make sure you have it inside arrow brackets. Okay, inside arrow bracket of promise. Okay, make sure it's inside a promise. Okay, and then here you can come here and say const, then you can say like that. Okay, then you can console, or basically you can just have them here and have them there like that. And you can remove this one here. So you can see the name, and then it is my name, multi-vendor. You can see it is the multi-vendor, and then false, it is not it is public basically. Okay, private false. Yeah, so let's move back, then let you pass this one here, and then you can see it is also the same, it is basically also working. So there is one thing that I forgot to do inside dashboard, inside here. Basically it is important that we load, basically to show the user that something is happening. So it is basically a simple one, and then we need to get spinner from our icons, and we remove this one here. Okay, so everything inside a div, whereby everything is justified to the center, and then also we give it some bg, that is the spinner. Okay, justified to the center. So when you go to the home page, and then you visit the dashboard, okay, basically you didn't see any loading, but basically if it takes longer than that, a few seconds, basically you could have been able to do that. So let's visit one of these, and then we'll continue from this point here. By now we'll work on the review page. We'll work on this page right here. Okay, great. So let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So now we need to check if we have the owner and the repo. Then if we don't have, we need to display something, maybe an error or something. So you can say if no owner or repo, then we are going to return a div. Okay, I'm going to return a simple div. Just want to copy the simple div here, and then we return it like this. Okay, invalid repo or something. Okay, so then you can save. So the next thing that we should do, we should basically fetch the repo tree. Okay, so inside the services, then github.ts, inside here is whereby you are going to do that. So let's do that. It will be a really simple one, whereby you can come here and say export, that is const fetch report, fetch repo, that is repo tree. Then it should be asynchronous function, and then so let's do it like this. Sorry about this. So it should be just a function like this. Okay, then you should make it asynchronous. Okay, then we are expecting 3 things. Okay, so that is owner, repo, and branch. Okay, then here we can come here and say consts, that is consts. Then we can say data is equals to await. Okay, that is API fetch. Then we pass the following. So just need to pass a string. So basically we can pass this one here, that is stroke repo, that is repos forward stroke, then the owner. Okay, then the repo itself, then git, then tree. Okay, then the branch. Okay, then recursive of 1. Okay, then after that we just need to return the data dot tree. Okay, like that. So you can see it is any everywhere. So since this one here is a promise, we need to make sure that we know what we are getting. So we can come here and say promise, this one here, and then here we can have these arrow brackets here or square bracket. Then we can say git, that is git tree item, then it is going to be an array. Okay, then we can close the bracket like that. Then we can copy the name, then you can come here, and then we need to actually just use it, whereby you can say const say tree items, and it can be await. Then you can import the repo tree, that is fetch repo tree. Then you can pass owner, repo, and main. Okay, so here what you can do for now is just console log and make sure that we have all of this. Okay, just like that. Okay, then we can save, and then you can open your terminal. Then you can see all the data that you have received. That here we have a lot of files. Basically you can see the files, that is the repo tree, and then you can see that the file, they have the type, the size, and the ID and the URL that we can use to fetch them, and also you have the paths. So that is good enough for us. Okay, then I can just comment it, and then can comment that one. You can leave it like that.
Then since we'll be using the repository to load, we can say if if tree item dot length, okay, is equal to 0, and then we can just return the spinner. So basically I just copy the spinner, then we can just return it, return like that. Okay, then we can just import the spinner, okay, from that is icons. Okay, then you can save. So this, I think this one will appear whenever we load or something. So let's see. So it didn't happen, that means it had already fetched everything. So the next thing that we need to handle basically is the format. Okay, so let me just show you this one here. So it has loaded. So basically this is what we want to show, so something like this, so that we can be able to basically know the folder and also know the files. Okay, so the formatter, I'm going to build it inside here also, or maybe we can just have it here. Can say we can say formatter .ts. Okay, so I'm going to copy the import and the file name, or maybe even the types. So let me just copy all of this, then I can just close it here. Okay, so we have the type coming from types, and then we have this node, that is font node, because we need to return this one here. Okay, so whereby we are going just to say return, we are going to return root. Okay, so and then the error disappears. So we want to return something like this, whereby we have the root, and then we have the folder. We will change it based on what we have. If it is file, we are going to say file. If it is folder, we are going to say folder. Okay, and then we have path. We are going to have the path here, and then the children. Okay, we are going to see what the children are. So and then after that we are going to say that is items dot for each, then we get the individual item. Okay, like that. Then we need to work on these items now. Okay, so inside here, the first thing we need to get is the path, that is path paths. Okay, so we can say const, that is path paths. Okay, whereby it will be item dot path dot split. Okay, that is dot split. Then you are going to split from, that is forward stroke. Okay, that is the only argument we are going to pass there. Then after that we are going to create current node, whereby we are going to say we are going to create current node be equal to root, so that we can now change it based on what we want. Therefore we are going to say path, that is path paths. Okay, dot, that is dot for each. Then you are going to get the part. Okay, comma, then you are going to get the index, so you can just say I. Then here we are going to work on the part here. So I'm going to say if, that is if we don't have the current node, that is current node dot, that is dot children. Okay, then we can just return, basically we actually going to have just the current node dot children is equals to an empty object. Okay, and then after that we are going to say const is last part,
last part is equals to index is equal to path dot length minus 1. Okay, then here we're going to say if we don't have current node dot children, then part. Okay, so can hover and see the part is basically a string, so that we are checking inside the children. Then here we have we can do const. Now we check if it is a file. Const is file, then you say equal to, then you say is last part. Okay, and item dot type is equal to bool, that is blob. So basically that means is a file. Okay, so here we need to first check if we have the is last part. Then if we have it, then basically we check the type. Okay, if it is blob, that means it is a file. Okay, so then you can say, so let's come here and say const current path, that is current path. Okay, that is it will be basically, it won't be what we have just done. Path is equals to, then here we say is last part. Okay, then here we say that is if is last path, then the current path will be item dot path, else it is going to be part, that is path dot size. Then we pass two arguments, that is 0 and index plus 1. Then we join that is from forward stroke. Okay, and then here we get the current node dot children. Okay, then we take the part. Okay, then here it will be so basically remember we are changing this part here. Okay, then here we have node children, then the part, then that will be name, which will be part. Then the file type will be type. If it is file, we're going to say file. As we're going to say folder. Then we have path, but it's going to be current path. And then last three we can just have the following, that is file. If it is file, we're going to have basically an empty object. Okay, like that. Or basically if you want, you can say an empty object, you can pass sha, which is basically an ID of the file. And then after that you're going to say children and an empty object. Okay, so yeah, so now after this we are going to say current node is equals to current node dot children. Then we get the, that is the part that we pass in the part. Okay, then you can just save. So now what we are going to do next, we need to use this one here, that is basically after loading you can say const, we can say const file tree is equals to, so that is build file tree. Then basically we pass in the item, then we can console log. Then we can open our terminal. Basically here we are going to see we should be seeing so let it load, but when it loads, basically we should see our organized items. Okay, so here they are. So here we have this, so that is the first item, whereby we have name, type, path, then the children are there, a lot of them. Basically here we have the first one, which is file, and then also this one here is file. Okay, then here we have a hook, which is a folder. Basically it is this one here, hook. Okay,
then it has the children, which is an object. Okay, so when you scroll up, you will see this is what we had earlier on. Now this is what we have. Okay, so based on this, we can basically fetch the files using the URL that we see here. Okay, so great. So for this part, we can finish it by actually having a class name here. Okay, that is px of 4. Okay, then we can remove this one here. Okay, and then kind of collapse everything. Then inside components, you can create a new folder and call it review, like that. And then inside there, you can create an index, because you can just call it review or create an index and say tsx. Okay, and then here you can say const, that is export const, you can say review. Okay, it will be a use grant component, like that. So let me convert it to a use grant already, or mark it use grant, because I'm using some hooks inside here. Then you can import this review here. Okay, import it from our index. So we should be having this one here. Okay, and then above here, we're going to have a link to move backwards, this one here. Then you can import link from next/link, then you can save. Okay, so here it is. So also the review is going to accept some types. So basically is going to accept some items. So here we have it. So here inside the review, here it's going to accept all of this. Okay, so it is going to accept details. Basically details is the owner, string, repo, and all of that. And then here we have file tree, all of that. Okay, so here can come here and do details. Details is going to be an object, whereby it's going to be, so basically I can come here and just copy this one here. Here you can just say owner, and then here also you can just say repo, like that. And then here also that is after this, then you can say file tree, and then after that we can just say private, whereby you can just say private. Basically I did not actually it's private three items, then you can say 3 items. Okay, so with that now we are going to close this one here, this for now. And then now we'll actually come here, and then we'll continue from this part. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So the first thing I'm going to do, I would like to copy the imports that we are going to use here. Mostly not the Rocco imports, basically this one here won't be there, so those ones. And then I need to copy 2 hooks basically. Let me just copy just 1 hook for now. Sorry, here use that one there. Okay, and then you can give this one here the following class name, which will be flex call. Okay, and then after that is going to be flex grow. That is grow. Okay, whereby it is you can use, so let's see, you can use grow. Yeah, so then after that, inside here, if we have an error, that is when basically we are going to show this div here. I would like just copy the div, it is a bit wrong. So here we have class name of y, that is my4 bg red border red 700 text red 200, that is px of 4 py of 3 rounded lg, and that is relative. Okay, then inside here we'll be having 2 items for now, like this. Okay, that is the string, and then an error, the error. Okay, so for now we don't have the error, so you can say if you don't have the error, so you can see, and then after that we're going to have a button to set the error to null. Okay, so there it is. And then sorry, so basically then we need to import the error that is the error icon. So there it is, then you can save. Basically we don't have this error here, but we have this part here to close the error, to set the error to null, so you can remove that, and then that is after the error. So let me just collapse it. We are going to have a div, then this div is going to have the following classes, that is grid, then this is going to be grid of 1, and then md grid of 4, and then lg grid of 5, and then gap of 4, then flex, that is basically grow, then mini, that is mini h0, and then after that margin top of 4. And then before we continue, inside here we'll be having some style, basically one, whereby we'll be having mini h screen, whereby is going to be 80vh. Okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to have this part here, that is the folder and the items. That is the first thing we are going to have basically. So that is here we are going to have md, and then call, that is called span, that is span 1, and then lg call, that is span 1 also, and then bg gray 800, and then rounded lg, and then after that we're going to have a div, then here we're going to have the following classes, that is padding of 0.5, and then border bottom, and then after that we are going to have, that is the border color of the border, which will be gray 700, Okay, then we're going to use truncate if it is much longer than the where we want it to be. And then here after LG we are going to have overflow auto, and then padding of 4, then the border, then we can say gray 700. Then inside here we're going to have a p tag giving it the following classes, that is margin bottom of 4, sorry 2, and then text large is, that is LG, and then font of semi bold. Then inside here we are going to render detail dot owner forward stroke details dot repo. Okay, then after this div here is going to have class name, that is basically grow, and then overflow high auto, and then padding of 3. Okay, so inside here we are going to say if tree items dot length is equals to 0, then here then we can basically have a div giving it the following classes of flex, justify center, item center, and then hedge full. Okay, then inside here we can render a spinner. Okay, and then that is after this error here you're going to say if file tree, if we have file tree will basically be showing the file tree. So basically you can just create it here, that is file tree dot tsx, then we can say export const file tree, then you can say sorry, here we just need to return a simple div like that. Maybe I can just also copy what I'm expecting to receive from the that is from the tree, and change this one to capital F like that. Basically I'm expecting to receive these two these props. Then here we can have file tree props. Okay, then you can use it here. Sorry about that. So here then import it like that. Then here we are basically expected to pass tree. Okay, whereby it will be file tree. Okay, then on basically for now it is a function. Basically for now we can just have just a simple function, an arrow function like that, and then that is select, we can have it null for now. And then now that is if basically we don't have the, that is the file tree. Okay, like that. Then inside here we are going basically to show a simple p tag like that. Okay, then you can just save. So you can see what we have. So basically now that is after these two divs we're going to have this div here, whereby we have MD, or basically I can just copy the styles, because we are basically repeating what we have already above. And then I can just duplicate this one here. Then inside here you're going to have code viewer, like that. And then just after this div here, I'm going to have that is review panel. Okay, so we're going to have something like that. For now, this is perfectly fine. Here we have what we need, which you are going to build next. Basically this part here. Okay, that is what you're going to build next, so that later on we can work on this function here, that is on file select, and also the selected file. Okay, we can have the hook, that is the use state. Okay, so great. So let me do the next one.
So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the code view. So to do that, so we can close this. Then inside review here, you will see that we have this code view here. So we can create it inside here. You can say code view .tsx. Then you can say export const code view. And here we can just return code view. So here we are expecting some types. So let me copy the types and the props, and then we are going to extract them. So here we have the props, and then here this one here can come from icons, and then this one here you can give it code view props. Then you can get code view the props, and then we can save. Then now we can import it. You can import it here. So make sure you have code view, and then you can just save. So basically nothing will change, but basically only this text here. And also on the previous section I forgot to show you that when we created this function here, that meant that we could open our components or our folders. Okay, the only thing that we have that we can do now, that we are working on now, is that when we click this post here, we can be able to see something. Okay, yeah, so that is it. So also, so inside here, now inside this div here is whereby first we need to pass the prop, and then here you can say can review. Basically for now we don't have selected file, that is file equals to selected file. And then also we have reviewing, you can say false, and then on review we can pass an empty function like that. And then now we can come inside our code review. Inside here we can start by giving this div the following classes, whereby you can say flex call. Then we can remove all of this. Then we can say div class name. Then we can say flex shrink. We don't have that. Shrink 0. Then hover and make sure that so it seems that we have a better one.
can say shrink 0, and then you can say p3, that is padding of 3, and then border bottom, and then the color of the border we can say gray 700, justify between, then item center, then inside here we can have h1. Okay, so here that is the file dot, that is dot. Okay, first let's make sure that we have the file. Let's make sure that we have the file. If we have the file, then we can say file dot, that is dot path. Okay, then else we can say we can just say code review. Okay, code reviewer basically. Okay, now after the h1 you can say if we have file, then and also is loading. So basically is loading is false. You can have the following. So basically it will be a div. So let me just copy, sorry, it will be a button. So let me just copy the button, because basically it's a button with a few classes, as you can see. And then here you have disabled whenever is viewing, and whenever cannot that is can review is false. Okay, and then the function, and then here we have some style if if we can review and if not. Okay, so we can save. So we should be seeing something different. Okay, so okay, so here we don't have the file. We have the file. We don't have the file. So basically h1. So here we need some classes for the h1, but I think this won't solve the issue. LG font semi-bold, then truncate. Okay, that won't solve that issue. So okay, flex call, that is perfect. Shrink 0, padding 0, sorry, that is padding 3, shrink 0, border bottom, justify between, then the text. Okay, I don't think the issue is here, because here if I write code, you'll see that it will appear here. So that is not the issue. So for this part here, we should be seeing something here. Code. So let's see. Yeah. So okay. So for the file, to the selected file. So we are checking for the whole selected file. Maybe you can check for one thing. Maybe you can check for the path. If you have the path, basically we have the file. Yeah. So now you can see how it looks. So basically I was checking for the whole object. So here you can see we have this object here. Or you can do another thing, something like if is equals to null. I believe that also will work. Okay, but that like that it is perfect. So the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to have a simple div. That is, after this div here, we're going to have a div where we will host our that is our code. Then you can say grow overflow auto, and then we can say relative. Then inside here is loading. Basically it will show something here. So let me just copy the div that we are going to show here, like that. We won't be able to see anything until when it is loading. And then after that, I would like to say if file dot content, okay, if we have the file dot content, then I would like maybe to show the file, then here else I would like to, and basically is not loading, okay. I would like to show something, so let me just copy what I would like to show. Basically it is not a big one. It is basically something that I would like to show. Basically when we don't have the file here, we can say content, okay. Then here we can remove this, then we can save. So you can see it is loading, but basically it should not be loading. Not loading. So loading, basically we passed false. So if we remove this part here, okay, interesting. Oh yeah, host this one here. So basically here we'll be passing something lil that is loading, okay. When you come here, we'll see that this part here is loading. Basically we'll change that. So then now what you have been left with is to handle file select. So let us handle file select on the next one. But before I forget, I would like to use this path name. This path name should be used here. All the path, sorry, that is the path, okay, it should be used here, okay. And we can save. So on the next part, now we can pass the real file is loading that we are using, okay, because you can see we are actually not setting it true at any given point. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So here I'm going to get the types that we need, not only the types but also basically the imports. So the type basically we had it earlier on. So then after that we need to get a few hooks basically and some initialization, okay. But first let's get that is the props, okay. Then after that we can get the initialization, okay. So here we should also have node, then node.type, so here, okay, so interesting. So here we should have passed something else. So basically let me confirm this, that is the file tree. So yeah, so okay, so basically this one here not for that part, sorry about that. So here what we are going to do, we are going just to have an empty div like that, and then inside here we are going to map over the items, but first we need to say tree dot children. So if we have this, then we can have the object here, whereby we can say object dot values. Okay, then we can pass in the tree dot children. Okay, then we can say dot sort. Okay, then here to sort here is going to, we need to get the first instance, which is A, and then B. Then here you just need to say B dot type, that is dot that is local compare. Then you compare A dot, that is dot type. Okay, then we need to do OR. So that is all. Then maybe we can just copy this one here and just invert. And then here we can just say A, and then here we can just say B. Then here we'll be saying name, like that. Okay, then after that we are going to say dot map. Then now inside here, basically that is what that using curly bracket we need to return, but for our case here we just need to do a component which we can create here. Can create here, whereby we can say const tree node. Okay, so tree node, whereby we can just return a simple div, which you can just say tree node, like that. Then we can have the component right here, whereby you can just say tree node. Then we need to pass the key because we are mapping, whereby you can say node dot path. Paths are not going to repeat themselves, whereby we just need to get the node from here. Okay, so make sure you hover and you see the type is file node. Okay, then you need to pass the node, and then on file click, that is on file select, which we are receiving from here. Then here after that we need to do file, that is selected file, then we do selected file. Okay, so you can save that one. So what you're expecting now, I just want now to have the types for the tree nodes. There they are. Then here we can just say basically give the type, and then we get the type, the props. Then here we get the node, get the file on that is on file select and selected file. So now you can see something like this. So now we can do what we were doing earlier, whereby we got some constant and a hook that is open and that is open, set is open, use state initially it will be false. Then if it is file, then we check if it's folder, whereby node dot type is equals to folder. Okay, then if it's selected and not, that means is not a folder, and node dot path is equals to file, basically that means is selected. That means we are selecting
file. Okay, and then we have an on click, that is handle tango, that is opening selecting file. So if it is folder, then we just set is open to, basically we negate between these two, that is open is that is true and false basically. And then here we on file select, basically we use the file select that we have just passed. Okay, so then here we can just pass the following classes here, whereby here we say my of 1, and then inside here basically we just pass a div. Then here we have the following class name, which basically will be dynamic, sorry, like that. So it will be flex, and then item center, and then cursor pointer, and then padding 1, and then rounded MD, and then transition, that's the transition colors, sorry, that is transition colors. And then here we need to have some dynamic classes, basically whereby we say is selected, then basically we just give it the following, that is bg sky 700, and then text of white, then else we basically we give it hover bg gray 700. Okay, then inside here we'll be having an object whereby say is folder. Okay, if it is folder, then basically we need to import this one here coming from is folder. Okay, and then here else basically we have to use a switch. Basically let me just copy the switch. Basically you will see why I'm copying it. Basically you can see basically we switch between different file icons. Okay, basically we have JSON, TS, JS, markdown icon, HTML, CSS, image icon, file icon, and all of that. You can see we switch between this, all of this. Okay, so great. So and else here basically we say, so for an else here we say get file icon, then we pass the name. Okay, like that. Okay, then this file name here is also expecting is open, whereby we say is open. Okay, so when you move inside here you will see how it looks like. Basically if it's open, basically we are showing this part, else basically we are showing this this part here. Then you can save. Then now we should be seeing all of something like this. If it is open, basically it's going to open. Okay, but for now we don't have that functionality. Yeah, so after this we're going to have a span giving in the following classes, that is an object, dynamic, and we say text sm, and then truncate like that. Then we say an object, basically dynamic is selected, then we say basically give it font of semi-bold, else basically we give it an empty string. Then inside here we say node.name. Okay, so now you can see
we have something beautiful. Now after the span and then the div, we are going to map over something. So you can say is folder. Okay, so if is folder and is open like that, then and that means if is folder and is open, basically we are going to have a div. Then this div we are going to give it the following classes, that is pl of 5, and then border, that is border L, that is border left, and then border, we give the border some colors, that is gray 700. Okay, then inside here we are going to say node dot children. Okay, and then here we can say object, then dot value, then we pass that node dot children, then we do dot sort. Okay, so here we get a, which would be file, and also b. Basically you can just autocomplete. Basically is what we had here down here. Okay, and then after that we do dot, and have it here, whereby we do dot map. Then here we get the children, that is the children node. Okay, then inside here so inside here basically okay, so something, so basically let's see. Basically here we'll be showing the tree node, now it will be children node dot path, and then here the file select will be okay, so this one here will be the children node, or the child node. Then we have the key, which will be the child node dot path. Then here we have on file select. Then after that we have selected, that is selected file, like that. So for now, since we don't have this handle select, basically we won't be able to see that functionality. So for the handle select, so let handle it right now, but first let's pass the function here. Basically not there, so sorry, I believe is here, that is on click, and we have handle tangle. Then inside here is whereby we are passing the function. So first we need to have is selected, that is selected file. So we need to have the is selected file here, and also we need to have that is loading. Okay, then now we can say const handle file select. Okay, then we can say use callback. Okay, then here is whereby you're going to have all of that. Then here you can have comma, then you can have the array. Then now here is going to be asynchronous, like that. And then here you're going to accept the path, which will be a string. Okay. Then you can say, if you don't have the details, then you can just return. Okay. Then here, if we set the is loading file true, and then set selected file, that is set selected file to an object with those items. Okay. Then set error to null also. Then here we can use try catch. Like that. Then here you can console log the error. Then here we can set the error. Then also maybe we can just toast also the error, like that. Okay, so now inside here we are going to have to get the items. Okay, that is the content. Yeah, that is the content that we need to pass to this selected file. Okay, so now on the next part is that is what we are going to handle, whereby we can just pass the function here, and then also selected file, like that. Then dot path, like that. Okay, so on the next part now we can handle how we can fetch the file. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on fetching the file, or fetching the content of the file. So here we can say await, and then here we can give the name. It will be fetch file, basically the file content. And then I would like just copy basically a few things. So okay, so not that one, but basically here we'll be just passing that. And then inside GitHub repo here, I'm going to have a function, this function right here, like that. Then I can close it. So basically it is we are expected to return this. Okay, and then we are expected to pass this to 3. And then here you can see we are already passing the owner repo and path, that is owner repo path. Okay, then the last thing we are going to do is basically import it. So copy it, and then you can have it there. Then here you can see we'll be able to get all of this. Okay, and then inside here the first thing we can do is fetch the data. So you can say const fetch data, like that. Then will be required to pass a string, that is the string that we'll use to fetch the data, like that. And then if so, let's have it just after the data. You can say if we don't have the data, okay, then we can throw an error, no data found. Okay, you can select content of type string. Then you can say if data dot encoding, okay, is equals to base 64, and also we have data dot content. Okay, then we can do content is equals to base 64, that is that is buffer dot from, then we pass data dot content comma base 64 to string, then we use utf dash 8. okay, and then we can say else if, then we can say if we have data dot, that is download URL, then we can say const response, can say res, then you can fetch data dot download URL, then we can say if that is res, okay, if we don't have the okay, then we can throw an error, and else you can have await less dot text. Okay, then you can have an else, and then you can throw an error, supported file encoding of missing content. Okay, then the last thing we can do is just return the content and the share. Okay, then we can save. Okay, now here we have the content of type string and share of type string. So what you need to do is just set the file, set the selected file to path, content, and share. Okay, then we can save. So now you can open the terminal to see if there are any errors, and also we'll have the error pop up here. So we can open this one here. So now you can see we have this one, and then post here you can see we have 200. Okay, so so here we can close this. So this div here, basically we are missing something. We are missing flex. Okay, so yeah, so you can see. Okay, so also you can see it is disabled because is reviewing, basically okay, here cannot review, we passed false. Okay, so basically here we passed can review false. Yeah, so when we reach this point here, we'll actually work to see to change that. Okay, but now we can work on the content. Okay, so for the content, so that is send code review, then the content, this one here. So we imported this one here, that is the one that we'll use here, like that. So when you save, basically for now you won't be able to see anything. For now you won't be able to see anything except maybe that change there. Yeah, but here we need to have file dot content. Okay, so that is it. Okay, and see the way it is. So now we need some styles. So for example, we can say show line numbers. Okay, then also we can say raw primes. cover up wrong lines. Okay, and then we can say custom styles. Then here you can say padding, and give it padding of 1 rem. We need a comma there. Then we can say background. Okay, we can say transparent. So you can see the way it is now. Then you can pass style, whereby it can be Cadia or something like that. So now you can see the way it is. And then here now we need to pass the languages. So the language, so here it will be dynamic. So let me get that. So basically I'll just copy that, because basically you can see we are just switching between the extensions. So if it is TS, we are saying TypeScript. If it's JS, we are saying JavaScript. If it's TSX, we are saying TSX, and all of that. So now we just need to use it down here, whereby you can say get file extension, then we pass file.path. Okay, then we can save. So now you can see how it looks like. Okay, so maybe we can select Firebase. So now you can see it is actually amazing right now. So yeah, so you can see the way it is. So great. So for the next one, we can focus on the panel, on the review panel. So let me turn that part of the video. So let's continue. So for the next one, we are going to build the review, that is the panel. So we can create the panel here. You can say .tsx, then you can say export cons, then we can say review panel, then we can return the review panel. So then I would also like to copy the type. So like that, and then here you can have view props, then we can extract them here like that, then we can save, then we can import it. Like that. Then of course we are expected to pass a few things, is has file. Then here we can pass reviews equals to null, because we don't have the reviews yet. Is loading, we can pass is file loading. Okay, basically is loading file, basically we'll also use it whenever we are loading the file. We also will also show it, but basically whenever we are the review is happening, basically for that one we won't do, because basically it will be a background job. And for this one here, you can see we have two exclamation mark. That means we are making it that is a boolean, that is file. If we have file, we are making it a boolean. All basically you can leave it like that. Just wanted to show something else. And also review status. Okay, you can see complete reviewing your code failed. So for now we can do either. Okay, later on it will be dynamic. Okay, so that we don't forget, that's why I wanted us to pass something. Okay, so So the first thing we are going to do is actually pass some classes here, which will be hfull, and then flex, and then flex call. And then inside here we are going to have a div. This div will have the following classes. It will be, we can say, shrink of 0, and then padding of 3, and say 3, and then border bottom, and then you can say border, that is the color of the border, grace 700, flex justified between, and then item center. Then inside here we'll have a h2, whereby you can say AI code reviews. Okay, and for the class name it can be text LG, and then font of semi-bold. Okay, then here you can say review. Okay, if you have review, and if reviews dot length is greater than 0, and is not loading. Okay, that means we can show something. So it will be a span as autocomplete has here. Then we can pass, okay, sorry about that, it will basically be a div, then it will be flex item center space of 4 x4, and then inside here it will be review. So this one here will see the context of it later on, but for now you can say 1 of review of length. Okay, and then after that we are going to have some 2 buttons. So I like just copy the 2 buttons. So first, basically this review will be inside a span first. Then here we can have the following classes of, that is text sm, and then text gray 400, then font medium. Then after the span we'll have these classes here, this div here with 2 buttons. Okay, that is previous and next here. So for the function we can copy the name of the function, then we can have it here, then later on we can use it. Okay, and then also we can have a use effect hook. Okay, which we can import it from useState, and then we'll have the functionalities later on. So I will explain everything later on like that. So when you save, you should see all of that, but you shouldn't be able to see the buttons because you don't have the reviews. The reviews.length is not greater than 0 and is but it is not loading. So basically we don't meet 2 3 requirements, or basically 2. Yeah, 2. So now after this, that's just after this div here, I'm going to have a div having the following class name of grow, and then overflow by auto, that is overflow y auto padding of 4. So basically okay, so you can leave this one out, and then you can say max w none. So basically so let me just confirm something. So yeah, so basically I will leave some classes out. I believe they aren't helping us in any way. So, and then after that we are going to have these items here. Okay, so here we don't have this one here for now, so we can have content. Okay, then we can import the spinner. So basically if it is loading, basically we'll be showing this. Basically we have reused it a couple of times. Basically we could have created a reusable component, and then we could have reused it by passing just a simple string, but basically it is also okay like that. And if review.status is equals to reviewing your code, basically we are also showing it. Okay, so here you can have a null, but basically this guarantees it that you will be able to see the loader. Sometimes basically when you use a null, some things go wrong, and then when it is failed, basically we are showing something. Okay, and then when is not loading, we have the reviews. Then reviews.length is greater than 0, and the reviewed status is equals to completed. Then basically we can show the content. Okay, and basically now if is not loading and we don't have the reviews, basically we can show this div here. So you can save, then you can see the way it is. So maybe you can refresh and see. So yeah, so for is loading, oh yeah, so this one here. So so when you pass something else, now you can say completed, then you can see, then here you can say failed, then now you can see this. So basically so you can see basically we are showing something. So okay, so we are also showing this whenever whenever it is also failed here, but basically this will mean that basically we have the file here, so we should be able to, we should remove this. So we can come here and say and status is equal to, then we can say, so here we can have an and, then here we can say is failed. Okay, basically here is not loading, we don't have the reviews, and the status can say not equal to, let's see, not equal to. So yeah, so it should be like that. So if the status has failed, basically we should show this part here. Yeah, so great. So now I wanted us to build this part even though we don't have the functionalities for now, so that we can be able to use first work on the, that is on the review, so that we can use the content to basically build for example build the content component, and also this next
functionality, we need some content to visualize what we are doing. So yeah, so great. So on the next one, we are going to work on Inngest. So you can have your Inngest ready, head over to the docs, okay, then choose Next.js. So we'll continue from there. On the next one, we'll see how we'll do a few things. So let's continue from there. So now you can continue. So basically, since now you have opened your Next.js here, so you will see a lot of things here. By the end of this 10-minute tutorial, you will set up and run Inngest on your machine. Write your first Inngest function, trigger your function from your app and through Inngest dev server. Basically, I'll show you how to do this this part here, and then later on we'll see how basically we can do this part here. Okay, for now we'll just see how we can set up. So make sure you have selected app router because you are using app router, okay, and then make sure you copy and then add Inngest. So inside your package JSON here, if you don't have Inngest, like here I have Inngest, so you can see even the version, and then after that scroll down, and then you need to run this part here. For now we can just leave it for now. Then scroll down, we need to have this Inngest scope and then client. So let's do that. In a root of our project, let's have that is Inngest, okay. Then inside there we are going to have client.ts, and then you can copy the content, okay. So you can leave it like that and then save. And then now inside API Inngest route.ts, we need to have this content. So inside app, then we need to have API, okay. Then we need to have Inngest Inngest like that. And then inside there we need to have, okay, we need to have route.ts, okay. That is API Inngest route.ts. Then copy the content, then paste it here. So here we need to have the function, so like that. So we can leave it like that for now. Then we can convert this to using at sign like that. Then inside here is where we are going to have our function, so this one here. So you can copy the name or you can just write it. Then you can have function.ts, then copy the content, then come here and paste the content, okay. So here we are expected to pass something. So for now, since I want to show you how we can trigger this without even clicking any button, so you can say hello Benson Raro like that, and then we can copy the name of the function as you can see here, or you can just copy it, okay. But first you can just copy the name, then you can come here and then paste the name, okay. Then import it like that, then save. Then you can see here also Inngest is imported, which we created earlier, that is coming from client. Then you can see when we run the function, you can be able to invoke and all of that. So let's scroll to the top. This function here, or this command here, is really important, is the one that we'll use. Then you can copy the one using burn, all are using yarn, all of that. So this one here is the one that we are going to use. Copy it, then open your project, make sure this project is running, then open another terminal, then here we're going to paste it, then hit enter. So
Just give it a moment for it to load. Then you can say yes for this. So just give it a moment to finish it then. So let's see if we have left something out. Okay, so you can see how you can be able to invoke a function using your API route, or using this can also be used inside a server action to trigger it. Maybe I can also show you how we can do this, because it's really simple. So let's stick to this part here. Okay, and then as we wait this one here to load, instead of just waiting for it, we can have just another route here, whereby you can say Inngest like that. Then you can say page.tsx. Then we can say RAFCE. We can say const Inngest. Then you can say all of these. Then we can just return. Then we need to do export default ingests. Okay, remember we need to do default ingest. Okay, then like that. Then you can see the project is running. And then make sure you can see this part here, that your ingest API is also running successfully. You are getting 200. Okay, then you can see your terminal, that you have what you expect, that you can see some of this information. And at this point here, you can see localhosts that you have been provided with. Okay, so here you can see it. And then here you can see the functions. So you can see the function that we have just created with the app, my app, and then test stroke hello. So you can invoke it here, and then you can see it is running. Okay, so that means you have set it up successfully. When it is running, you can come inside your function. So let's close this, and then you can see what it is running. Basically it sleeps for 1 second. Okay, and then it returns this message. Okay, which is this message here. When you come here, you see this message here. Okay, great. So now let's see how we can trigger it. Basically, so there is a meaning why Inngest are showing you how to do it inside a route.ts or inside an API. That because this should only be used inside a server action component. Inside a server component. Okay, not only server action, but a server component. Okay, an API is a server component by default. A page also is a server action by default, but basically remember you need some interactivity in a page, so that's why route, they use route. So, and when you use this one here in use client component, basically it will work when you are developing, and when you deploy it won't work. Okay, so great. So then you can see here you need also to use force dynamic whenever you are using route.ts, but whenever you are using server action, you won't need to do that. So so here we can come here and create a new file, calling it trigger ingest. Then you can say .ts. Okay, then here we can say the first thing, which is use server. Okay, that is really important. And then you can say const trigger like that. For now, basically we don't need to pass anything. Okay, for now we don't need to pass anything. Then inside here we can copy this part here. Okay, then we can paste it here. Okay, then we can import ingest coming from our client. Okay, like that. Then you can save. Okay, yeah. So I would also like another page to load, which is or basically maybe I can use this button here instead of just having another function, inside another route. Close this like that. Then you can head over inside review. Okay, so let's head over inside here, review, then code reviewer. Okay, that is, yeah, this one here. So we have this function here, and then we have on click, which is coming from this point here. So it is coming from here. Okay, so here, so I can create that function here for now. Okay, so whereby we can say const on review. Okay, like that. And then here we can say, so we can make this asynchronous function. Then here we can say const. Okay, we can say just await. Then we can okay, sorry. Then here we can just copy the name, then import it. Okay, like that. Then now we can pass the function here. Okay, then you can save, then head over inside here. Let's collapse this, and then let's remove this part here, then save. Then here we can open another file. So now you can see you can be able to do that. So then inside function ingest, we can return the email, this part here. So you can see inside ingest here you are passing data, and then you are passing email here. Okay, you will see that to extract data it should be coming from inside. Yeah, that is inside event type data, which is any. Okay, which you can give type later on if you want. And then here you can do this. So you can open your terminal, make sure everything is running, then click, then you can see all of that. You can see all of that has been triggered. You can see hello world has been triggered. Okay, and then when you head over here, you can see we have our second one. Okay, and then you can see data, being email, all of that, the data that was passed. Okay, and then final data, you can see hello at what. So you can trigger it again, then you can see it here also. Okay, so if you want to see it running, it is if you want to see it running, maybe you can change this one here to 2 seconds, collapse it, then here it is now. So 2 seconds, done, and then great. So have seen how it runs, but for our case it will be something different. We'll use a function, or maybe you can just duplicate this one here,
whereby we'll say dot, that is step dot run, and then here we give it a name, give this function a name, then we have a comma, then there we can just close it like that. Okay, can do console log, or maybe you can return an empty string, done waiting. Okay, so inside here is whereby we'll have our runs. For example, the first thing that we'll do is actually do some mutation, whereby we'll create the review. So for example, here we are creating a review. Okay, and then for the next one, it will be here we will be creating review, that is create review task, or maybe review, let's say just create review, and then it will also be the name, the same name that we'll use here. Okay, so let me just minimize this, and then for the next one we'll fetch the file. So we won't be passing the content of the file, but we will be fetching it on our own in case the user closes whenever they click the review button. So you can say fetch file. Okay, and then after that we can save save results. Okay, save results. Okay, yeah, so when now we click something, when we trigger it here, you will see all of that. You can see create review, fetch file, and save results, and then finally you can just return the returns, all of those returns here if you want. Okay, great. So the next thing that I would like us to talk about is the agent. So maybe agent kit. Okay, yeah, so agent kit. So this one here is the one that we'll use to get the review. So you can see here we have the agent kit. This is the one that we'll be using. Okay, okay, so this is an example of what we'll use with Anthropic, with OpenAPI. Okay, and then this one here, I don't know, then the summarizer. So here is an agent kit of the processes that will go down, but for us we won't be using any agent. Basically we'll just be using an AI, only one AI to do our thing, whereby we'll just be using only OpenAPI, Gemini. Okay, so let's see, tools, maybe okay, maybe inside agents. So here you can see passing the model and all of that. So here I don't see Gemini. Here the examples only use OpenAPI. So
Great. So on the next one, maybe I will show you how to do that, or maybe I can just show you a simple one. So here, when you fetch the file, then we'll have the content of the file, right? So we can say const, but basically I can show you without getting OpenAPI sorry, that is getting the Gemini API key. So we can say Gemini. You can head over here. So first I would like us to get the API key, so that we can I can show you how to do that. Maybe inside settings, maybe apps, dismiss, okay, and then okay, interesting. Okay, let's see apps. Okay, we need to get the OpenAPI key, so I can say maybe Gemini API keys inside here. Okay, the second one I know it is the one. Okay, you can say got it. Then here you can see we just need to create key. So first to give it the name, so we can say CodeSight AI. Then you can create project, give it, I will say Benson, because I will be selecting this one a lot. Okay, just create. Okay, so now here we have the project. Then you can say create API key. And then now here we have the key, so we can save. And then we can move back here. Then maybe here, maybe I can search for Gemini model, this one here. So yeah, this one is the Gemini model. Then you can see Google API key. So API key string, the Google API key to use for authenticating your request by default, we will search for and use the Google API key environment. Okay, so you can also pass your API key somewhere here. You can see, you can also do it if you want, but for our case, open our sidebar here. Then we can have it here. So I can just copy this one here. Then maybe I should be using everything inside a string, maybe just for styling purposes. This won't make any changes to the project or anything, basically because maybe it looks much better this way. Okay, and also I think it is visible this way. You can see the keys themselves. Okay,
Okay, like that. Now inside here, after we fetch the file, is when you are going to do this part here. So going to do this part here. So then we need to import the agent coming from, so copy this. So when you head over inside package.json, find this part here. You can see the version that I'm using. Make sure to install it. Then also you need to import Gemini coming from Inngest. Okay, sorry, Gemini coming from that is coming from agent kit. Okay, you can see there. And then here for my versions which I used Gemini 2.0 flashlight, this one there. And then for the prompt I passed this one here, that is for the system prompt. Let me remove this. Okay, and here you can say, so remove this. Here you can say code writer, or maybe let's have it the same way they had it here first, then maybe we'll change that part there. We'll see the changes that we'll make. So now what you need to do, you can come here and say const, then you can extract the output, whereby you can say equal to await agent.chat.complete. okay, maybe not like that, but it will be agent.run. Then inside here is whereby we'll be passing the prompt. Write a TypeScript function that adds true numbers. Okay, then here we can extract this maybe output, and then maybe here we can just return output 0, that is the first one, dot zero dot type. So okay, it should be content role. You can say dot type is equal to text, then we can return content. Then so if so here it is important to note that basically it usually returns the whole message. Okay, you can see the whole message. So we check if the type is, so if the type is a text, we return the content. Okay, else we say no output. Okay, like that. You can save it. We have the key, and then we have the functions. So you can come here, maybe first I can collapse this, then come here and then execute it, and then here it is running. Here the code writer has failed, and then here it is saying permission denied, all of that. So something is wrong there. So okay, interesting. Maybe the API key. So let me try this.
let's try this API key. Let's try this. Okay, it should be inside Gemini, sorry. It should be inside here. It should be inside there. Okay. So now let's try this once more. So it hasn't failed, so great. So here you can see the code writer have returned the function. Okay, so you can see the function. Basically maybe you can't be able to see everything there, but basically you can see the text there, and then you can see the result here basically on its own. Okay, basically maybe I can just paste it here, so you can see all of the output basically. Okay, cannot be able to read it, but basically you can see it is there. So great. I really don't know, they indicated that basically Gemini uses this one here, but basically it didn't work. But anyway, great. So on the next one we'll worry about the functionalities that we are going to use here, but basically now you have gotten the concept of how it works. So basically can separate all of this like that. So can see you can be able to sleep, and then the function will be executed after maybe the time that you have mentioned, and then you can see how you can run a function inside here. So inside here basically you can run a function like const add equals to 1 or maybe something like that, but basically something simple, 1 plus 1, then you can return add something. Okay, so basically you can run any function inside here. Okay, but basically then the important thing to note is that the function that you run inside Inngest, they should only be server functions. Basically they shouldn't be the function that happens in the browser. Okay, all the functionalities and all of that. Okay, so great. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So basically you can see we have these steps that we need to implement. That the first one is create a review. So we are going to do it to start with this one here, whereby we need to head over inside Convex, and inside here we need to create a new schema. A new schema will come after user here. So I'm going to just copy the new schema because we have already seen how schema is done. So here you can see we are creating a new schema called review. Okay, and then we have owner, Clerk ID, then we have repo full name, file path, then file share, then review content. Okay, and then status, then you can see it is a union of v.retro. Then we pass in a string of different items or different strings, and then here we have indexed. So these ones here we'll use them to actually fetch the review. We'll use repo full name, file share, and Clerk ID to make sure we get that is the row that we are working on. Okay, so make sure your Convex is running, then you can hit save. Okay, then you will see some implementation happening down here. Okay, so After closing, after that, now we can actually create how we can actually save our review. So this one we need to do it. So we have already done mutation, but first let me get the imports. Okay, then after that we're going to say export, then mutation, then let me close this first. Okay, then inside here we first need to pass the argument. So I'm going to copy the argument and the handler, because they are really simple, these ones here. Yeah, so like that. So here you can see we have this argument here, whereby we are expected to pass everything that we saw inside here, or most of them basically. So and basically everything. Okay, let me close this. So here you can see we have full name, and then file path, file share, and then review content, crack ID, owner, and then status. Okay, so if you want, basically you can just copy them from here. Okay, so all of these. Okay, so now we have the handler. So the handler is an sync function, an arrow function. Then we get that is the ctx, and then we also get the argument for, as an object. Okay, then inside here the first thing we do is basically make sure that we have what we expect. Okay, so here they are. So if you don't have full name and file share, basically we can just draw a convex error. Okay, so we have already imported it here. Okay, so it is. Then so now after this, now we can actually fetch the check if we have an existing convex review, but first we need to fetch it, to try and fetch it. So you can say existing, that is existing review, that is review dot, instead of table we usually say query here. Okay, and then here yeah, we usually have db. Then here we get ctx. So let me just confirm. Yeah, so this should be happening inside here. Okay, sorry about that. It should be happening inside the handler. And then we query from review, and then for the index we should be saying with index. Okay, yeah, so here by file share. Okay, and then we have comma, then we can say quick arrow function here. So we can remove this. Then here we can say first get q. Let's see, q doesn't have the type. Yeah, there we have the types. So it is, you can see it is an index range builder. Okay, and then inside here we can say q dot that is equal to, then we say full name comma argument dot full name. Then we pass also the others, that is the share and also the clerk ID. Then that is just after this we say dot first. So we just want to get the first item so that you can have an object. Okay, and then now if we have
if there is an existing review, we can check if argument dot status is equal to completed. Okay, if it is equal to completed, then we can patch. Okay, whereby we can patch, we can say dot patch. Okay, and then we pass in existing dot underscore id. Okay, then we have a comma, then we have an object inside here for what will be patching. So instead of doing this here, we should be patching, we should be doing first, let's first pass the content. You can say alg, that is argument dot content. Okay, and then you can have a comma, then you can spread the rest. Existing review dot content. Okay, then here you can see we have an error, but basically we can say we don't have to worry about that error, because if this is complete, basically we know that we have this part here. Okay, because we are receiving that status from here. Okay, yeah. Now we can say else. Now that is inside the existing, then we say else, we can say await, then we can say db dot patch, then we patch the status. Okay, then here we can just return existing dot id, then we can say else. Then inside here is whereby we are going to create the review. You can say review, basically we'll be returning review id, whereby you can say id, then you can say dot insert. Okay, and then here we pass, we basically have review, get review, then we have comma, then we pass in the object that we want to create. So here we already know it is going to be an empty array. Then we have status, then basically we can return the review id. Okay, then we can just save. So with that we can be able to create the review. So you can just copy the name and then head over inside Inngest function, then inside here we can first let so we can remove this, then here let the structure all the items that will be passing to the data. Then after that we need to make sure that we have them. So if we don't have them, we need to throw an error. So for the error, it will be an unretrievable error coming from Inngest. Okay, make sure you import it coming from Inngest. So we throw that non-retrievable error, so that if we don't have this, we don't need to continue from there. Basically we just need to throw the error. Okay, and then now inside here is whereby we can do const review id, we can say await, then we can say fetch
that is fetch mutation coming from Convex stroke Next.js, and then we can pass API dot. Okay, make sure you import API also. Okay, and then you can say dot, that is dot review dot, so you only have one, that is create review, and then you can have a comma then for the items that will be passing. Okay, so basically we'll be passing most of this. So Clerk ID will be passing, but for the token we won't be passing that, and also will not be passing that one. Okay, and also we won't be passing repo. Okay, sha can be file sha, like that. Then we need also to pass the status, which will be reviewing your code. Okay, so yeah, and then now we can return this ID here. Okay, so yeah, so with that now we have done the first step. The second step is basically fetching the file. So basically we already have that function, but basically we can't use it. Yeah, so here is a function, but inside here you can note that we are using another function. We are using this function here, whereby we are using this access token. Okay, so this access token we cannot use it inside Inngest, because Inngest basically is running, will run when basically we run Inngest, basically it will run outside of Next.js runtime. So basically that this won't help us. So basically we just need to create another function. So with that, since we have already done most of these things, so I'll just copy it here. So you can see basically it is the first function that we created, whereby we have the URL, then we have the headers, and then for the header we are passing token. Okay, to make sure that we get the access. Then here we have the data, we check if we have the data. If we don't have, we throw an error. Else basically we have the content, and basically we return that content and share. Okay, so you can save it, and then now we can try to fetch. Okay, whereby we can say const, then we extract the content, then we can say await, that is await ingest file content fetch file, that is ingest fetch file content. Okay, so let me just confirm. So basically we should be passing an object. So let me just copy them the way they are, because they are an object. I need them in the exact order. Okay, and then here we can have content. Okay, then here we'll be returning this content. Okay, yeah, so now we need to work on the AI. We need to fetch the result, or we need to pass the content and then also get the results. So first let's get the prompt. So it is a prompt whereby we pass the file name, so that you can get the type of the file, and then also we get the bug. We tell the AI to provide a comprehensive review focusing on the following aspects, that is potential bugs, performance issues, best practices, and that is readability, and then security vulnerability, then we have maintainability and scalability. Okay, so basically you can create your own prompt, but that will do for us. whereby it should be just above Inngest. So basically it can be it could also have been here, but let it be there. Okay, so because that prompt will be passing it here, so here you can say prompt, okay, like that. And then here we need to pass two things, that is the name and the system. So here we can say, here basically I would like to say, instead of saying that, you can say code reviewer, and you are an expert senior you are an expert senior software engineer and exceptional code reviewer. Yeah, so that makes sense. And then now inside here to save the results, so here you can duplicate this just a bit, whereby you can say const you can say final output is equals to something like that, whereby we are expecting a string or text content. Okay, so whereby we can maybe can say something as string. Okay, that one didn't help. Let's see, maybe I can do this. Yeah, so like that, because I just want to make sure. But when you hover on this one here, you'll see it will also return that is text content. So let's not do that. So now to save the results, we need to fetch. Yeah, we need to fetch mutation once more, but you can say const whereby you can say review ID, then you can say, you can pass all of this. Like that. Then here you can see this one here is giving us an error, but we can say a string. And then here you can see an important thing, as we talked about earlier, we are passing the status. The status is the one that is going to inform us if we are done or if we are waiting for another thing. So now after that we need to check if the user has pro. Then if the user doesn't have pro, we are going to run another function for the mutation, whereby for this part here it will be something else coming from users. Then head over inside users. You can head over inside users here. Inside users, that is update reviews update. So update reviews remaining. So okay, this one here. Okay, so I think I have something else that I would like to use because of the same issue. Okay, so let me see. Let me see. oh yeah, so this one here. Okay, so okay, this code here, basically I added it when I was doing something else, that's why it should not be here, but basically it is okay because we have already gone through a few things. So here, first thing first, we need to change this part here. When you head over inside this function here, you can see we are getting get user identity coming from, that is Convex itself. So okay, we get the identity of the user. Okay, then you can say if it is equal to null, we return null. Okay, so else we just await we await this function here, which is this one here. Okay, so whereby we are fetching the user, okay, based on by Clerk ID. Okay, then we compare the Clerk ID to the external ID, and then we make sure that it is unique. Okay, so here you can see it is coming from Clerk, the function here. Okay, so having that, so why are we doing this? Basically, instead of using the one that we connected, basically you can see here we are getting the user somehow, the identity of the user, all of that. I don't know why are we not using that one. So basically that is because of Next.js runtime. Sorry, that is Inngest runtime. Basically it runs outside of Next.js runtime. So basically we need to make sure that we get the user the right way. Okay, yeah, so that will work. And then when you come here, we get the user, and then we check if you don't have the user, we throw an error. Then here we get the date, today, and then here we patch the user. So that is the remaining reviews -1, and then here you can see the last date. Okay, so yeah, so now this is the name that we are going to use. Okay, then here what should we be passing? Okay, inside here, okay, should not be passing anything. Can remove this. Okay, let me just confirm something. So yeah, okay, so yeah, so basically this one here won't work the way I would like it to work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here, I'm going to accept an argument, then inside here I'm going to accept Clerk ID. Okay, and then I'm going to use this function right here, this one here. Okay, so I'm going to use it. Okay, then I'm going to also pass comma, then here you can say comma argument algs argument, then here we can say algs dot clerk. Okay, so that one there. Then now here we can pass the Clerk ID. Okay, so now here we can say cons results. Okay, so okay, so here I want to receive two things, that is results. Okay, and then also output. Okay, so I have an error, so somewhere, so this content here, so the content should be coming from here, like that. Then we can save. So right now we just need to worry about triggering it, whereby it should be happening inside here, that is trigger ingest. So here we just need to pass to accept. Now we need to accept a few things here, basically the ones that will be passing to the data. So here I will copy the types, everything, then I will pass them here, and then you can actually get them from here, like that. Then here you can change these names, okay, if you want. So basically let's go inside create, let's give this the name CodeSight AI, like that. Then you can save, then head over inside here also, and then here you can say CodeSight function, maybe something like that. Then here you can say trigger CodeSight, like that, CodeSight trigger, or you can say code review trigger, like that. Then you can change this name, whereby you can say reviewer, then you can save it. Then also we need to change it inside API routes, then here, like that. Then now inside here we need to just copy the name of the function, which is this one here, okay, then have it here. Then now for the data, here is the data, okay, so we need the token. So let's have everything inside a try catch. Then here we can console log all of that. Then here we can pass this inside the try. And then here we can also say const token equals to get token, okay, so this token here, okay, it is token. Then here we can say access token, then here we can import it, then you can execute it, okay. Then also we need to make sure that we have the user, whereby you can say const user, then you can say equal to await auth coming from Clerk server. But also we need to make sure that we are authenticated. So if you aren't authenticated, basically throw new, or you can just say throw, okay. Then for the access token here, you can see here we need to await. Then here you have autocomplete, okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah, should be like that. So with that we'll be able to trigger. So this need to happen now inside the front end, whereby close everything inside components, review, code reviewer, okay, panel index inside here. So here, okay, here is whereby everything is going to happen. So whereby we expected to pass all of this. So here full repo name. So let me see how basically can do this the simplest way. So yeah, so basically for the full name, basically we'll have full name here coming from details. Okay, then you can have a comma, then file path. File path will be coming from selected file dot path. Okay, then you can have a comma. Then for the owner, basically it will be detail.owner. Then has brand, for now we can say force, comma, then for this repo here, basically you can say detail repo. Then for this one here, we can say selected file share. So everything now should be inside an object like that. And then here you can say basically here, if you don't have selected file, just return. Okay, yeah. Or basically since we have toaster, we can say return. Then here you can say toasts no file selected for review, something like that. Okay, now we can handle this. Okay, whereby it should be happening inside here. Then now open this and also open this. Okay, and then here can say can do view false. Let's change this one here to true now, so that we can be able to test this. And then also I would like you to note that here we have this user here. Okay, this user here with 5 reviews. Let's see how many reviews are going to be remaining. And then here now we can select a file, namely Firebase. Then here we can say click. Okay, can review true. Okay, head over inside here already. Okay, so I don't know, maybe you don't have the selected file, so just need to pass the selected file here also, so that it is a dependency, so that we don't. So for example, right now I don't think we have the selected file. So let's save. So now you can see. Okay, so now let's try this. So okay, then here maybe so that we can disable it, you can say set loading to true, then set loading to false. Then here you can say is loading, and then when you come inside here you can remove this one here, whereby is loading this one here. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, so let also this one be this one here. I think basically is reviewing. Basically we won't be doing that. Basically we will be doing maybe, okay, let me see, is reviewing. Basically let it be like that. Then now we can click review. So now when you head over inside here, we should be seeing this. Then now we have been able to fetch the file. We have also been able to create the review and then fetch file. Code reviewer now is working, has done it. Here, okay, review the provided, okay, like that. Then here we have the results. We have the ID, that means it is working. And then here we have all of the items inside there. So when you head over inside here, you can see this one here is 4 now. Inside reviews, we should be seeing the file path, and then also you should be seeing this one here. Okay, so yeah, this one here, the issue, the API key and all of that. We are going to see how we can be able to show all of this. So you can see now we have the what we expect. So now we need to come here. Now need to do a few things, like we need to get the existing review. So let's do that first. Or maybe let's check if the user can review first. So with that maybe we can say const, then we can say user equal to use user. Okay, we already have the import, and then after that we can say const get user equal to use query. Then here we say current. Okay, so you need to make sure that the current is getting what you expect. So okay, yeah, so basically it getting what we expect. And then after that maybe we can say const, and then we can say equal to use auth. Then here we can get has. Okay, and then after that we can say const has pro plan. Then we can say equal to, and then we can say if we have has, then we can say has, and then inside here we can pass an object plan, which is of type string, else we can say false. Okay, so let's head over inside pricing. Since I have forgot the maybe you can head inside button, checkout button. So we are using pro, have it there. Okay, so now we need to pass this one here, and then also can review. Let me see, can review, what am I passing? Can review. So can review is basically a function that we create just after that one. So here, yeah, there it is. So, and then also we need another function coming from here also. whereby it is a today, whereby you say get user plan equal to pro, then get user. So basically it is let me do this. Okay, interesting. So I want this in one line. It is much readable like this. Okay, yeah. So that is get plan, that is plan equal to pro, or get user dot last date equal to today, all is equals to 5, then get user review. So basically all of that returns a boolean, therefore the one that we return here can review. So basically what we are doing here, basically we are checking if the user has pro plan, and then we are checking if the user has remaining reviews. Basically all of that gives us a boolean that we can use to check if the user can review. So that's great. So here you can also see that we are checking last date, that is the last review date. If last review date is not equal to today, basically that means maybe a function that we created earlier on is not working, but basically I don't believe that would be the case, but basically I think this one here will work the way it is. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do, basically we need to get the existing review. We are going to use this one here later on, but let us have it here. So you can see it, we are querying the review. Then here, okay, we don't have this, so we don't have that. So since we have done this before, can head over inside review. Okay, so we pass arguments, then for the handler we check if we have the full name and share, and then after that we query with index. Okay, we have already done that with index. Okay, then we get the first one, since we only want one review and we expect one review. Okay, oh yeah, so you can also pass the Clerk ID if you want, so that you can do it the same way we did here. Okay, so let's be consistent and let's use this one here. So like that, and then also let's pass Clerk ID here like that. Then let's pass the Clerk ID here. Clerk ID. Okay, interesting. Like that. So okay, interesting. It should be inside an object. Yeah, then here dot user dot ID like that. So with that, here we'll be having the review. Okay, so So what you can do, can console log it. Okay, so as we do that, the last thing that I want us to do, basically I want us to check a few things. Okay, so first let's see. Okay, interesting. Okay, we don't have any file, so let's select this one here, then this one. Yes, so yeah, so here now we have the review. Okay, great. Yeah, so on the next part, basically I would like us to check a few things, but let's do this right now. So this one here will be run when we have the pro plan, and also I would like also to make sure that also we have the user. We have both the users, that is the backend user and the front end user. Okay, and then also the remaining reviews. So for that one we are going to create it in a bit. And then here we are going to have another function, and then here that is just after this one here we are going to have these two like that, and then lastly we are going to have the review. Okay, so now for the is reviewing hook, we can create it here like that. Then we'll be also passing is reviewing here. Okay, and then for the review content, I believe reviews, they are like that. Then here we need to say, okay, we need to say existing like that. Like that. Okay, so yeah, like that. So let's try this once more. Then let's review. So basically I think I clicked the button 2 times, but now you can see they can both run. So you can see we have the file, the other one, then for this one here is still running, but it is done. I don't know why it didn't stop, but basically you can see we also have the results. Okay, can you refresh maybe? So yeah, so you can see now everything is working. So let me turn the next part of the video whereby we'll handle the reviews. Okay, so whereby we'll handle the review panel. Okay, so that will be this part here. Okay, and also this part here. Okay, so let's meet on that part of the video.
So let's continue. So last section I made a few mistakes, or we made a few mistakes. So first here, handle select file, we should be doing that is set is file loading, okay, and then setting it false after setting the selected file, okay. That is really important for the loading section when you are selecting. So you can see here it is loading, okay. So then here you can see something here which should not be happening, but you're going to fix that. So but that was really important for that. And then for the, that is for the on complete, not that one, okay, that is a handle review. That is for the handle review, okay. Let me just, should not be on review complete, we can say on review, okay. So not on review complete, but on review, like that, okay. That makes much more sense, okay. Then here we should be using set set is reviewing to true or false. So the first thing we should be doing is coming here and setting it to true, okay, to true, like that, okay. Yeah, then you can set it to false whenever you have errors, or whenever we are done, okay. Okay, so even after this one here you can set it to false, like that. Then for the rest you can just leave it like that, okay. And then now there is this part here, okay. So this part here, whenever we are loading two things, maybe whenever we are loading file, we want to show is loading. Basically I think that is the only option that we should have here. So let's see. So it should not be triggering Inngest. We're going to fix that. Then there is this part here that comes on when we select another one. So let's see. So yeah, it should be something like this, okay. Yeah, so I don't know, something is happening in the backend for this specific file, okay. Because I handled, I clicked handle review, and I think to fix that, I think I should just reload the page, okay. Yeah, so on loading, basically we are going to do that whenever we are basically loading the file. For the rest we can just click, and then the reviews will be posted right here. So here we can open this file once more, okay. Still giving us issues, okay. We are going to fix that, but first maybe we can just display the content, okay. So inside panel here is whereby we are having that is loading. So here whenever we trigger Inngest, maybe we can remove this part here. Whenever we trigger Inngest, maybe will be just showing the button will be enough for us, okay. Yeah, so we can just leave it like that. And then we can have is loading whenever we just want to show the content of the file, because we should wait until the file has loaded, okay. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so okay, so here we can say is loading whenever we can say loading file, okay. Then it actually continues loading, reviewing your content. So okay, let's fix also that one, okay. So I want to check this one here, where it is. So this part here, okay, the second one, this part here, whenever we are viewing the content. So so this can only happen whenever we are inside here, the review, and then we have we have this part here. So basically I clicked this part earlier on, so I can basically change this one to complete because I hadn't turned on Inngest, so we can do completed, spelled correctly. And then when you come here now, you should be seeing the content. Okay, and when you select another file, you will see loading file. Okay, and then when it is loaded, you have something like this, and when something like this when you have the content down here. Okay, so great. So it should look like that. And then here loading file, I think we can add a few dots like that. Then the next thing that I forgot to tell you is that here basically now we are passing two things inside, that is inside code reviewer we are passing when we are loading the file and when it's reviewing. Okay, here, so here when is reviewing, that is when we disable the button, and when we his file is not loading, or basically the file is not loading, basically that is when basically we are showing the button also. And then that when we are loading the file is when also we are showing the basically showing this loader here. Okay, now here what I want us to do is basically show the content. So first thing first, so here we are going to show this. Maybe you can do this. So let me confirm. Yeah, current review. Reviews. So here we have past reviews. So review content is type of string reviews, and then here reviews length. Okay, interesting. So basically I want to make sure that, okay, so I think I think I should only be having only one review, but it seems I have a lot of reviews. Okay, so since I have turned my Inngest on, I'm going to select another folder to make sure that this is working as I expect it to. So I'm going to open my terminal. So here you can see my Inngest is running, and then you can draw to the top, then you can click the localhost. Okay, yeah, and then now here you can see the runs that basically giving me all those reviews. So here I'm going to click review. Okay, and then you can see basically two reviews. So okay, something is wrong, but okay. So you can see the first one is complete, and then here you can see it is loading review, and then here you can see the second one. We have the second one. We don't have that functionality yet. Okay, and then the second one is done. Okay, so great. So okay, so let's see. I should not be having to review another review running. Okay, perfect. So okay, so this one here, it did not finish. Let me check which one here. .utils, the last one. So the last one inside ingest function, but for now maybe we can just because we know it is done, since we know it is done, maybe we can just have this for now. I'm going to fix this in a bit, yeah, so that we can see the content here. So first, before I fix two things, so first here I need to fix this trigger here. When it's pro is when I need this one here to run. Basically it is also running this one here. Maybe I can just fix that, and then basically remove these two, move those ones, and then here I can say when we are not a pro member. Okay, so I think that one is going to solve that issue. So when now I select another folder, another file, you can see loading, we have the content right here, and then I click review, you can see, and then now I only have one review running. Okay, so that was the issue. You can fix it that way. And then now I want to make sure that when it is done, so here you can see it is a lot of content. Basically you can see reviewing, and then here basically it is waiting for this review, it is done. So I want to make sure that this will be updated as I expect it to be when it is done here. So you can see it was a lot of file, so you can see now it is done. So here you can see this part here, you can see the content, you can see here it is not it was not changed. Okay, so that is because inside ingest, then function, then the last thing here, is actually not, maybe inside here, the new one, when you have an existing one, dot status. So okay, this one here, when it's completed, basically I should also, when I am also adding the review, I should also update the status. Okay, I should also say v, okay, that is argument dot status. Okay, that one should be the case. Okay, yeah, because here when we create, we patch, basically when it is complete, basically we patch it with the two things, and then when we have an error maybe and we have an existing review, we just patch it with an error, maybe it will be an error. Okay, so I'm going to close this once, and then I'm going to come here. So I want to update this one here. Let's update this one to complete because it was our issue. You can say completed like that. Now we should not be having any issue there. So let's select another file, a simpler one in this case, maybe action. Let's see how action looks like. Okay, it is a little bigger, so maybe we can do layout. Yeah, layout should not be that big. Yeah, and then click review, and then here you should be having the review running. So it won't take long, it is actually done. So now when you come here, basically, okay, it was not also updated. Really interesting. Actually it created it, but it did not update it. So okay, interesting. So let's go back to the that is inside Inngest. Okay, inside Inngest here, when we are done, the last option here, you have the file. You can say if we have this, then maybe we can run this. You can see completed. We are passing the status completed. That should be passed. Okay, not that one. Should be passed into this part here. Should be passed here. So maybe here is where we have the issue. So if you have existing review, and the existing review with the status of completed, then we patch it with the status, okay, and then also we add the review, okay. Else we just okay, then else we just add the status, okay. So something is wrong, so let's see. So let's see if the second one is going to work, or maybe code viewer, this one here. Yeah, we have it, save results, we have the ID, then everything else. So you can see it was it actually worked. Then here the status was not updated, okay. So you can see this part here is working very well, but this part here is not actually working. So completed, so let's do that. You can see status is still not completed, so something is terribly long. So let's click review once more. So yeah, done. Okay, this one still not updated, okay, interesting. So let's first work on this part here, then I'm going to show you how maybe you can fix that. So let's choose another file here so that we can first finish, and then I will see how I can fix that, okay. Choose this one, yeah, choose this one here. You can see it has a lot of reviews, and then let's work on some functionalities that is like showing this part here, okay. So now, so here let's start with next. So it is fairly a simple one. Next, so we can say if review dot sorry, that is, we have review and current review index is less than review, that is reviews dot length -1, okay. Then if this is the case, we'll be set current index to current index +1, okay. So that is, we have review and current index is less than review dot length -1, then that is what we'll be doing. And then here we have another one whereby we check if we have reviews, and then we can say and then we can say current index is greater than 0, then we can say set current index to current index -1, like that, okay. And then we need to disable this, so you can see they are perfectly disabled, then you can save, okay. So here, maybe here for the content I can say, sorry, here I can say review, then I can say okay, 1, okay, I can say current index, okay. So you can see not marked, then you can say next, okay, you can see, then you can be able to move like that, and when you reach the last one here, you will see that it is disabled, okay. So now let's work on the other one, whereby we'll be having this one here. You can see you can see we don't have this anywhere, so we need to create it here. .tsx. Then here I'm going to copy the that is the everything here, HTML parser, and then you can see here it has some types and all of that, and the imports. And then here I can use it to import. Okay, sorry, here I need to return something. Okay, I need to return just a simple div saying HTML parser. Then when I come here, just need to pass it. Okay, I just need to pass it here. So okay, first let's remove this, then I can just import it. And then also you can see it is expecting something. For now we can have it that way, and then we need to get the results. Okay, you can have them here. Const, you can say results equal to, then we can say review. If you have reviews, then we can say, then we can do md. So let's import md. Okay, here it is. We are using markdown. Then this is whereby we'll be having the markdown simplified as md. Then we can say dot that is dot render. Okay, then we pass in what we want to render, which will be reviews. Okay, then we can say current index. Okay, then we can say else, we can have an empty string. Okay, and then here we can come here and pass it here. So when you hover, you should see that it is of type string, of which is what we are expecting here. Okay, yeah. So now I first need to copy the mount, something we call the mount. So okay, yeah, so everything is still working. So here I just need to have this. This is to help us with the render, because it won't render the first time. Yeah, so we just need that. And then we need these options here. Basically you won't find yourself writing all of these. You find yourself using AI to generate all of these, so that you can have the correct syntax even inside this MD, whereby you have inside this text where you have markdown. You just need AI to write all of these. You can see where we have pre, that is code, then is when basically we want to apply all of this. Okay, that is dom node dot name equal to pre, and all of that is equal to code. You can see we are doing all of that. So you can use AI also to do that. And then here we can have what we expect. Okay, so also this part here, find it yourself using AI. You can see there are some complicated classes here that we can that I really don't know where to start, basically being applied to this pass here. Okay, then you can save. Okay, so now you can see what we have. Okay, you can see what we have. So this will be the case even when we move to the next one. Okay, even when you select this one here, this will be the case. Okay, and then even this one here. Okay, so great. So for this part will be it, and then for the next one I would like to basically fix that issue whereby we are actually not updating the status. okay. But that should not worry you, because the functionality, all the functionalities are working, except for that one thing, which if I see it feasible, we are going to fix it. So maybe we'll meet on the next tutorial, or basically I'm going to fix that on the next one. So have a great time. Thank you for watching. So basically it was a silly mistake. Basically this should have solved the issue, because here we added the status complete, but basically we did not start my server here. So basically that was the issue. The functions were not updated. And then now let me just fix this first. Let's say completed, then we can hit enter. And then here we can choose another file. Here maybe we can choose API, Stripe, then route. So you can see even nested folder is basically working very well. And then here I can just click review. Okay, so basically here review something. Okay, so I know the issue there, but basically here you can see when it is done, it's going to basically update that part. So let's see. So when it is done here, it's going to update that part. So as we are there, so here we can head over inside review panel. Okay, and then here we can say or an empty string. Okay, so that will make sure that this will make sure that we are passing something always to the HTML viewer, okay, or parser. So you can see it is done. And then here you can see now it is completed, and then also this part here was also updated. So let's choose it once more. Okay, interesting. Okay, so here maybe we can remove that one and then do it inside here like that. And then now can open the file like that. So now we have the review content. Let's do the last one. So let's handle review. Now let's say if we get the error. So we are still getting the error. Okay, interesting. Input, that is inside review. Okay, not there. Okay, which part? The file, that is page, then review. Okay, link. So you will see that when I comment this one here, you will see that when I comment that one there, basically you can see it will solve that issue. Don't know. Yeah, it is done. So you'll see that when I review now is we are still I don't think we are going to. Okay, interesting. Okay, so let me see how I can fix this. Basically the issue was not there until I broke something. So basically I broke something. So let's see how we can fix that. Sorry about that. So basically I think I found the issue. So basically when you on this function here, basically I did not see this part. basically on render, the first time, remember, we don't have anything inside our reviews. Okay, so basically what we should be doing, basically we should be passing an empty string, okay, like that. Then now when we handle reviews on something like this one here, I think we should be perfectly fine now. Yeah, so you can see now we should be perfectly fine. On my earlier code, I had done this already, that why I was able to catch it that fast. So yeah, so you can see there it is. So you can see even the code and all of that. So great. Thank you for watching. So let's meet on the next tutorial. It's also going to be a big one, and I hope you enjoyed building this one. Thank you very much.